Indeed. What up, Jolington? Ugh. So apparently a trans woman won World's Strongest Woman.
Video. There's like 10 people in the comments that are like, oh, you're a gossip queen. And I'm just like, yeah. And so the controversy today is that we have crowned the world's strongest woman over the weekend at OSG. For those of you who don't know, that is the official license, like world's strongest man for masters divisions, weight classes, and women's divisions. Well, it turns out that the world's strongest woman, shockingly enough, is a 6'5" biological male. Now, what's capturing everybody's attention? It's the optics, because that's the era we live in.
Yeah. I don't know how this got past them. Apparently, this does violate the rules. 6'5". Like, how many women are 6'5"? Maybe they should have looked into this? Just failed 150 bench, please help. Well, I think you need to just bench more. Hypothetically, if you were to trout somewhere, but you can't take your steroids with you, would you just take a large dose the day before your trip? Last the whole week? Well, no. I'd just not inject anything because these are long-acting drugs. So you'll feel fine, like perfectly normal. There's no point if you're just taking a trip for a week. If you're gonna go away for like a month, I'd look for something like testosterone decanoate or something. What's the... My supplier actually just got in some longer ester test. Where is it? Yeah, they had like test decanoate or something. The injectable, not the oral. Maybe they're out of it now. I don't know who the fuck really wants that shit. Enanthate, cypionate. Yeah, decanoate.
I took one of Zoid's thumbnails and AI generated the rest. Use this as your thumbnail today. I put hours of effort into this.
I don't think it's gonna be relevant enough for today's stream, but I will use that in a future stream. So I'll use that maybe next stream. Thanks for the donation though, 21st. So yeah, if I was gonna be gone for like a month or something, like I'd probably use test decanoate. And then that'll, you know, that would last for the month or something. But yeah, if it's just a week, what's the point? You'll feel the same.
I hate people like Frank. They literally make me sick. When I see idiots like Frank, especially when they're gay, I just want to put my foot through the fucking faggot, and step on them, until it's nothing but blood and pump, on the fucking pavement.
Well, I can definitely understand that. Thanks for the donation on the pavement. Yeah, I've watched caving videos. Usually the caving videos I watch are stories about how people died doing that stupid caving shit, and it's always the people going through those like tiny ass narrow caves where you have to like literally compress your chest, and like they'll bring pieces of cardboard with them so that they can like slide a little easier. It's always those people. It's retarded. Like there's something wrong with them. I don't know what the fucking mental condition is, but they're retarded.
You will not believe what kind of stunt our little Greta pulled today.
Let's catch up with the Daily.
Let's see. Banned from Venice after turning the Grand Canal green.
Telegraph's Tim Blair, who joins us from Victoria. Good to talk to you, Tim. We've got to go to our old mate Greta Thunberg. She can't stay out of the news. But yeah, if you have a look at her and what some of the other climate activists have done in Venice, they decided to make the Grand Canal green. Now, she's been banned from Venice because of this stunt. Wouldn't it have been better to put her in the prison there, or like take her through the Bridge of Sighs and lock her up so she could just look out at the green waters of the canals?
It's just sad, isn't it, Chris? I mean, she was such a big deal a few years ago, and then it's sort of, she got a bit derailed after not graduating from school, and she had that whole sort of career shift to being an anti-Israel activist, and now she's trying to just get that first act back again. You know, the whole climate thing, and it's a little like, you know, the high school athletic champion, the star footballer or cricketer, going back to school and trying to hang out there and trying to be all, you know, trying to relive the glory days, and it's just not good enough.
It's pathetic. The thing is, according to all these climate catastrophists like her, Venice should be about 10 metres underwater by now. But, you know, the sea levels, you know, inconveniently keep failing to rise. So they're having to say...
Well, they are rising. They just don't rise evenly, which is hard for a lot of people to wrap their brains around. Venice has had issues with flooding, though. But, like, this is just stupid.
Say, look, it's all green. All the water's turned green.
Yeah, she's taking this whole green thing a bit literally, isn't she?
Yes, indeed.
Let's hope that Chris Bowen, when he comes back from COP, doesn't look like Kermit, because he might. If...
Sports
like what did she use paint?
Among others, have a look.
few moments define Australian motorsports like this.
They come down in that magnificent view from the 7 helicopter, a scene we've never seen before.
Mount Panorama 1977, Ford finishing 1 and 2, Alan Moffat the victor.
A tremendous victory, professionalism at its best.
Wow, those were the days, hey? Ford versus Holden, cars that they...
Clearly not a naturally gifted driver. So he was of top...
Well, that is highly retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Why do you think trans people are so obsessed with competing in women's sports? It's funny because the ones I've met are anorexic and sedentary, and yet give so much of a shit. I don't know, man. Like... sports aren't for everyone. Like, I mean, if you have certain health conditions, you just can't compete in sports. I mean, like, there's the, like, there are the disabled Olympics and stuff like that, but they're still able to do the sport, right? Like, they don't have... like such a huge disability where they can't do something, but there are people who have such fucked disabilities they literally can't do anything. That like, and there's certain people with medical conditions where because of the drugs they're on, they can't compete in normal sports, like, you know, TRT. In most athletics, at least these days, they don't have TRT exemptions. They got rid of the TRT exemptions in most like mixed martial arts, divisions or whatever the fuck you call it. In most boxing federations, they've banned it. There's a few where I think they do allow it. But it's like, why the fuck are you doing this? And of all things, like strength sports, like you could maybe make an argument for this if it was like cycling or long distance running or, you know, something gay that like anybody can fucking do and there's like not an obvious advantage to being male. But like of all fucking sports, like it's just fucking retarded. I don't know why the fuck they're like, at the very least, just do a gay sport like fucking running or you know, something like that. But yeah, they're just fucking crazy.
America took America. When you all go back to Europe, you will have right to talk to us people of colors. Black, yellow, red, brown people are united. Thumbs up emoji, folded hands emoji, victory hand emoji, LOL. Why did Britain take Northern Ireland? Why did America take Texas, California, Hawaii, etc.?
I guess there was good shit there or something. Thanks for the donation, Rise of the East. CDG, donate $2. Speaking of sliding a little easier.
Hello, I'm just parked outside of a pub called DT's, which is in Richmond in Melbourne. And the reason I'm going there tonight is my friend Zachary Bird is going to be hosting Wednesday nights there, where he's making, I think they're Parma nights. So all vegan, and he wanted to use me and 2 other people as guinea pigs to test out the food that he's prepared for these Wednesday nights.
A vegan Parma special of Richmond.
Oh.
Every Parma you order comes with a pot. We have 5 flavours, you have 4 to try. And we're here to hold a candlelight vigil for all of...
Up for the event.
Oh my gosh, oh no, I thought thing where every time I see it, I like the leopard print one.
Oh my god.
Hi.
I like your shirt.
Is that like a meatloaf?
I'm gonna save myself for Christmas. Really
You.
Some hot honey. It should melt the first start.
That's a brie.
There's
Oh,
brie
wow.
inside puff pastry.
What's a brie?
guys.
Is this like an Australian thing?
Truffle.
Yum. Very. Thank you.
I don't know, is that a vegan steak?
Wow. Oh my god. Thank you.
You know, there was a restaurant in Toronto called Mystery Diner. I think it was only open for like a few weeks, unfortunately. They had a vegan steak. That was actually fucking good. They made it out of seitan. That was actually epic.
That's cooked, bro.
We're not gonna put gravy on it, are we?
We are.
That's great. That's great. Keep going.
Wow.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh. Oh.
Is that like ice cream or something?
Wow.
God, the amount was over, but Sour Patch Kid Oreo Canolo for you to try.
Jeez.
A canola.
Yeah, he got the plural correct.
I've never even heard of a canola.
Wow.
That sounds pretty epic.
That looks so good.
It's like no one because they wouldn't believe that Sour Patch Kid Oreo is yummy.
Sour Patch Kid Oreo. That's crazy. All right, well, thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo Donatillers, it's too bad no one on the left is calling this stupidity out. Even Destiny, it won't talk about it, and he cucks for Mom Donnie. Let me see. Murderous thug should be incarcerated so that can't murder people doesn't matter what race is. Chicago mayor, we cannot incarcerate our way out of violence. It's racist. You absolutely can.
Our way out of violence? We've already tried that, and we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world.
Yeah, it's because they arrest people for stupid shit like smoking weed. Just arrest people for fucking violent crimes that, you know, we give a shit about.
Without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country.
Yeah, dude, this is fucking retarded. Incarcerating people works.
We have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the—
Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Oh my god. And, like, this is why people are kind of fed up with the left wing. Everyone knows it's fucking retarded. He who controls the weather controls the world. We will take fighter jets and escort those planes to the ground to find out what's on there if we have to. Texas Governor-elect Pete Chambers. Oh, boy. Wow. Yeah, that sounds about right for Texas. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fucking crazy.
Frank has uploaded 2 new long-form vids. Did you work out today? Did you sleep well?
Yes, we're gonna react to the Frank vids tonight. I did work out today. Was a very good workout, and I did sleep well. Thanks for the donation, James.
I am pretty sure this painting of the con is pretty bad for the environment.
Like, at best, it would probably be neutral. But yeah, chances are not great. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I love you.
Well, if you're a cat, I love you too. Thanks for the donation, 22nd. Dustin Poirier, $82. Just saw your new vid with Clarence, and we are literally neighbors. LMAO, we live in the same area. Also, was sick seeing you train at 613. It's been my go-to gym for a while. I'm friends with the owner, Nick. Also, just upped my test dose. Fuck Noble Natty. Ah, that's funny. I guess say hi if you see me around town. Yeah, so if you want to just stop by and say hi, I'm not opposed to it. Yeah, 613 is a pretty good gym. I'm not going to bother getting a membership, but, you know, it is a pretty good gym. Thanks for the donation, though, Dustin. Appreciate it. Actually, I've done the opposite. I've lowered my test dose, and I stopped taking Boldnone. I think the Boldnone, for whatever fucking reason, caused the weird water retention that I've been having. I'm trying to deal with it right now. Just drinking way more water than normal. Apparently, what I was doing was kind of stupid. I lowered the amount of sodium I was consuming, and I was already consuming pretty low amount of sodium, but apparently in the long run, that's not good for getting rid of water retention. So I'm keeping the sodium the same, if not increasing it slightly, and just drinking more water. And hopefully that helps clear it. But yeah, I'm not taking Boldnone anymore, and I lowered the test dose. But that is a weird side effect. Kind of abnormal to get that sort of water retention from Boldnone. But we'll see. I'm on Masteron now. I actually like Masteron. It's making me feel good. I can't get any more Masteron and Nenthate currently, but I can get Mast Prop. And they might My supplier might be able to get in mast and enthate again by December, so I'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, I'll just use up the mast and enthate vial that I have now and then just switch to mast prop if I have to. Thanks for the donation though, Dustin.
But if you are in favor of allowing drugs in sports, then why shouldn't trans people be allowed to compete by that logic? If drug enhancements should be allowed in opinion also. His views fell off.
Jeffrey and
Jesus.
Jessica are going to try self-improvements. Jeffrey relapses right away, and since he's already on day...
You can just hear the tone of his voice has changed. He does not want to do this. Like, he is bored of uploading the same video day after day. I don't know what the fuck's going on behind the scenes, but it's just kind of strange. He was saying he was like a millionaire now, and he was making so much money off that bullshit course he was selling. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but this is weird for him.
Day 0, he nuts another 3 times? Oh, let's leave him there whilst he edges and see what Jessica...
Dude, masturbating doesn't even take that long. I think the average length that, like, dudes masturbate is like 6 or 7 minutes. So even if you're jerking off 3 times a day, like, what is that, like 20 minutes? It's fucking nothing.
Jessica's doing. What the hell? Jessica's edging too. What's wrong with you monkeys? Stop touching yourselves and start working on your goals. Okay, they're gonna try cold showers.
I don't see why you can't do both.
Now. Wow, Jeffrey can stay in the cold for ages. Hang on a minute. Why is there steam? Jeffrey, you made it hot, didn't you? Okay, Jessica's turn. The showers.
Oh my god. This is so stupid. Well, you can take all the steroids you want. It's not going to make you biologically male. You're still going to have a huge advantage if you're a man. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
I'm not feeling so good, bro.
Let me see. Our show will be off air this week. As an update, both the White House and our counterterrorism agencies have confirmed receipt of what I reported publicly. Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize my assassination. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they did not act alone. Oh, yes. France and Israel coordinating. Right. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look to the President of the United States and our intelligence community to issue a statement. This bitch is fucking crazy. Yeah, it's just she's literally just Alex Jones. But we've seen what happened with Alex Jones. It's only a matter of time. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Just think of all the aquatic endangered species in that very canal that went extinct that very day just because of that little stunt Greta did.
It was probably not that bad, but I mean, again, it's probably not a great idea to release a huge amount of paint or dye into a river. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. STX22 at what serum estrogen levels as a male should or need you start Aromasin? I plan to take 150 to 200 milligrams test per week with indapamide to control bloat. I'm prone to water retention. I don't know what indapamide is. Well, You're probably not going to need to use an AI if you're only taking 150 to 200 milligrams test per week. And it's highly individual. Some dudes are very sensitive to estrogen, some aren't. I've seen dudes with over 200 estrogen, and they did not need an AI because they weren't getting any E2 side effects. They weren't developing gyno. Probably the upper end for most people is going to be around 80 before they start getting E2 sides. You're going to have to see for yourself, and I wouldn't take any medications to control like water retention or estrogen without, seeing first whether or not you have a problem. So I wouldn't bother taking anything preemptively. But if you do notice you're getting sides, then sure, but otherwise I wouldn't bother. You should also make sure you drink plenty of water too, because a lot of the time when people have issues with water retention or, whatever, they're just not drinking enough water. I would also recommend taking a high-dose zinc supplement, so 50 milligrams per day. That can help control estrogen and estrogen-related sides. You might also want to take calcium D-glucarate. Calcium D-glucarate can help get rid of excess estrogen in your system, and that's better for you than taking something like Aromacin. So if you can just take an over-the-counter supplement to deal with some of that stuff, that would be preferable. So zinc and calcium D-glucarate can help lower your estrogen and aromatization. But thanks for the donation, STX. Hope that helps.
But of course, as always, Greta doesn't care though.
Well, yeah, no shit. This is all just grift for her. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is that a man/woman? Looks like that person needs to get in shape.
Yeah, that is a biological male. Thanks for the donation, James.
And speaking of cats.
Oh. Oh. My goodness. Oh. It's funny how they just do cat stuff all day. Oh. Looks like he wasn't sure how to get down. Wow. Cats are silly. They do cat stuff.
Islam is a religion of peace. No other religion can make this claim, and I'll tell you why. Now, this doesn't mean Islam is a religion of pacifism, because you slap our cheek with brick.
Definitely not a religion of peace. I think they've literally caused more wars than any other religion.
Your nose. Yeah? We're not pacifists. But what we are is a religion of peace. And what do I mean by that? If you live Islam, if you follow the teachings of Islam, you will get peace of mind, body, and soul. Nothing else can give you that. Nothing else can give you peace of
Yeah, that's an easy way out. Redefine what peace means.
mind, where your mind can relax. Your body can relax.
Dude, like, you can look at Muslims. They're constantly angry and fighting with each other. They can't even get along with each other. There's the fucking Shias and the Sunnis. Like, literally, just because one of them prays more times during the day, they literally try to fucking murder each other.
That's because you've got guidance away from all the things that harm you, and you encourage you to do things that are beneficial for you. and the soul's connected to its creator. No one else can make this claim. The nearest you'll get is Christianity, but you can't, no peace of mind.
Yeah, because like Stoicism doesn't exist.
He's not representative. He's not representative.
No. He's representative. He's representative of Christianity. Why? Because he cannot. This is the Christian dilemma.
Yeah.
You believe that God is a Father, a Son, and a Holy Spirit, yet Jesus says the Father is the only true God. It's a dilemma. Either Jesus is mistaken, lying. I don't know which it is. But the point here is
the Muslim dilemma
but the
now?
mind.
Can I tell them
One
about
second.
Because you said about Christianity. All right.
Okay. So, because the
Fucking retarded. U.S. third quarter advanced estimate GDP report canceled. Yeah. Yeah, I can only imagine why they canceled it. Oh my god. Women are inherently better leaders. No. Oh my god.
Around the time, I forgot the year that Stonewall happened.
1969 was Stonewall.
So it was a year before Stonewall. But my uncle, Ted Kennedy, became the first real gay rights activist in the United States Senate. In 1980, when he ran for president, he was the first presidential candidate in history to actively court the gay vote. I campaigned with him and then many times without him in the Castro up in San Francisco. And that was at a time when no politician was going there. Teddy was the only one. And then Teddy was chair of the Senate Health Committee for 50 years. And one of his biggest issues was making sure that AIDS research was fully funded. He had a famous battle with Anthony Fauci at that time, who was trying to ban any kind of therapeutic drugs. He was trying to steer all of the business toward AZT, which was his drug with GlaxoSmithKline, which was then called Burroughs Wellcome. And there were many So
this is just a antiviral drug.
All of the symptomology of AIDS were other diseases for which there were therapeutic drugs. And Dr. Fauci was trying to prevent people who were suffering from AIDS from acquiring those drugs. And that's why there were then buyers clubs.
That is not true at all. Growth hormone was used to help treat symptoms of AIDS, particularly muscle wasting. And that was an extremely expensive drug that was basically just paid out by the government, essentially. AIDS patients were, still to this day, I think, you can get $20,000 worth of growth hormone per month. Pfizer makes it. It's not genotropin, it's Serostim. It's a very high dose growth hormone. 18 IUs per vial. Cost $20,000. The government literally gave it to AIDS patients for free. Anavar is also used, for treating people with HIV. Again, to prevent muscle wasting, and I'm pretty sure they can also get testosterone.
Famously the Dallas Buyers Club. There were Buyers Club in all the big cities with gay populations in San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, Dallas, etc. And those were people who were going to foreign countries to buy illegal therapeutic drugs to bring them back to the United States, to give them to people who were suffering from AIDS and who did not want to get on the AZT regimen, which was killing people. John Lawrenson, who
was not killing people,
was one of the most famous researchers and journalists in the AIDS community at that point, estimates that
he's literally making this up.
330,000 gay men were killed by AZT. between 19...
Yeah, so no. And this whole narrative that gay people weren't prescribed other medications that treat symptoms, also complete bullshit. Like one of the most expensive fucking drugs ever made, growth hormone, that was given to HIV/AIDS patients for free, and that drug cost $20,000 a month. And that's how a lot of bodybuilders were getting their fucking human growth hormone. A lot of people can't tolerate growth hormone in that high of a dose. So people with HIV, they would either take half the dose or a quarter of the dose they were supposed to, and then they'd sell the rest to fucking bodybuilders.
1987, between 1989, I think it was approved, and
okay, he's just like out of this world fucking crazy. How is this guy the fucking, like, health minister? Just fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm streaming a bit late. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. But yeah, that is fucking crazy. Deco is used to treat muscle wasting from AIDS. Yeah, chances are there's a few. I know Anavar for sure is. I wouldn't be surprised if testosterone... Well, actually, I do know. Testosterone is also prescribed to HIV and AIDS victims. Nandrolone probably is too, because it is still an FDA-approved drug. Yeah, Anavar, and I know for sure growth hormone, because that's how bodybuilders get it. I'll be right back, though. All right. Dodo Donatillers VG, guess what game they brought to the Nintendo Switch 2? Ninja Gaiden 2, Battletoads, Kid Icarus. Yeah, literally nobody's gonna fucking beat that. That game is so fucking ridiculously hard. Has never seen a picture before. What the fuck?
Respect.
Yeah. The amount of retardation hurts my head.
Soup company employee is taking legal action against the food giant, and he's making some explosive allegations about one of its top executives. Good evening and thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill. Those allegations are now at the center of a lawsuit claiming the company's vice president went on an hour-long tirade attacking the company's products and employees before taking aim at its customers.
And the former employee recorded it all. Eric Erickson shares that recording and what the company is saying about it.
We have shit for poor people. Who buys our shit?
And that's just part of an over an hour-long rant, says former security analyst for Campbell's, Robert Garza of Monroe.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's unhealthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at it, look at me, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording allegedly of Campbell's VP and Chief Information Security Officer Martin Bally.
He has no filter.
Bally, along with another supervisor and Campbell Soup Company, named in a lawsuit filed Thursday. The suit claiming Bally made racist remarks, admits to coming to work high, and Garza fired for coming forward.
This person's clearly crazy. Like, what the fuck? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
John Bravo made a video on Clav.
Okay, we can take a look. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $2. Read the title, I've been summoned. What Natty Copes are you reacting to today? Also making Todd Lee proud with a test mass stack. Are you going to add back the GH for the E2 IGF-1 synergy? Lastly, how much does your source charge for telmisartan plus dose? I think it's $80 for 100. I think it's 140 milligram tablets. And yeah, I'm not taking the growth hormone right now just because of the water retention I've been dealing with. So I just want to get that under control first, and then I'll add the growth hormone back in. I never had issues with water retention with growth hormone, but once I started the Boldenone, that's when it became a problem. So I don't know why that's happening, but apparently my body just does not agree with Boldenone for whatever reason. So if I ever take it again, definitely not going to do 200 milligrams a week. It would be like way, way lower. Like maybe 50 or something. But yeah, it was some revival fitness shit. He made a video about the beef with Scott Herman and some other dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Natty Cope Destroyer.
Agreed, it is we live in clown world VG.
Yeah, especially if you live in the United States right now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Honestly, this entire planet is just a big circus at this point. Just raise the curtains.
Yeah. Pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Start taking NT2. What's NT2? NT2. It gets you really tan. It's a peptide. It's like a supplement? You gotta inject it.
It's just to get tan?
Yeah.
Bro, that's crazy. No way you're doing that. How many things do you inject yourself with?
Probably like 3 per day.
Wow, like what?
Testosterone, H.
Melanotan's actually good for you.
So we got another new asshole to talk about today. This new kid on the block, he calls himself Curvicular. And I'm thinking, what kind of fucking name is that? It sounds like a science project. But when I tell you what this asshole's doing to himself, you're gonna think the same thing. Now there's a new trend that's going viral with the young kids on the internet right now, and it's called looks maxing, where these assholes try to improve their looks through dangerous ways like drugs, surgeries, experiments, even makeup, women's makeup, and all of this to make themselves better looking to pick up women. I'm not fucking kidding you. And this kid, Curvicular, he's the king of it.
If you're tired of being invisible to women, tired
Well, you can say what you want, but like it seems to be working for him. He did end up going out with the best looking girl on that Fresh and Fit podcast, so Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh. 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 Wow. Those cats talk. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Kitty noises. Oh. Cats. That's a lot of neighborhood cats.
This is a map of all the roads that were used in the Roman Empire, and just look how big and detailed this map is. This map also allows you to plot routes from one place to another. So if I wanted to go from two separate places to another, I could see exactly how many hours of walking it would take to get over there. For example, if you wanted to go from Rome to Jerusalem while walking on foot, it would take about 1,069 hours. There are some places that are mapped that I'm even surprised that we have any information about the roads, but they have given a confidence map, which shows that, yeah, in the Sahara Desert, for example, they're not as confident about the accuracy of the road, but still, it's a really interesting source just to see how.
It's interesting. Of course, he's a chiropractor. Doctor drops truth bomb on mammograms. Data shows we are literally causing breast cancer with screening. After 10 yearly mammograms, 50% chance false positive. That leads to biopsies, more radiation. Crushing breasts with 40 pounds force. Radiation can rupture cyst tumors. Some of this actually does seem accurate. Mammograms are basically worthless. I think there's some analysis done where basically they're statistically useless. Like it's a 1 in a million chance that you ever actually prevent a cancer or save somebody's life or something like that. So statistically speaking, they do nothing. I don't know about them increasing the likelihood of dying from cancer, but I know there's, like, statistically speaking, they're completely useless. It's a similar thing with PSA testing for prostate cancer. It's completely and utterly useless. What do you think his IQ is, and can you solve them? I doubt it.
What is this puzzle saying?
Safety in numbers.
Boom. What is this one?
Scrambled eggs.
Boom.
Oh my god.
2-0. Do you want a hard one?
Yeah.
This is really hard.
End of the century. Last century.
It does not involve century. So a century, is that a short amount of time?
It's a lot.
Is that?
No.
Okay, so it's not a short amount of time, it's a
big amount of time.
or a long amount of time. Okay, so it involves a long time.
Long time no see.
I don't get it. Those are stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's taking longer than expected with the summarized Frank vid, some more hours. So I guess just watch the original then while regularly skipping parts.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the donation though, Stitching NoFap.
I wouldn't even be surprised if we woke up one day and saw a baby elephant like Dumbo flying by at this point.
I'm sure we will have flying elephants eventually. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Tired of getting rejected and tired of watching other guys who won the genetic lottery take what's yours, then pay attention. Because what I'm about to show you will completely transform your face and physique in ways that you didn't even think were possible.
Do this shit to themselves too. Wait until I show you this shit and what this asshole's doing.
Was there a specific moment that you remember where you were like, yeah, I'm just gonna hop on testosterone, like when you're 14?
Just really taking a look at, what was possible in terms of time frame. I wanted to get to my goals as quickly as possible, right? Because I always thought the idea of, telling people you work out and talking about all this stuff, but you're not big, to be just kind of ridiculous. It's like, dude, what are you actually getting after? So I was like, I'm gonna get my physique going as quickly as possible. I do not care about side effects. I don't care about any implications of, this guy's using drugs. Like, none of that shit really fazed me. So I just wanted to, get to my goals as efficiently as possible.
So all of a sudden, I see this kid popping up everywhere. I didn't know who he was a month ago. Most of us didn't, right? But now you see him everywhere. And you see him on the biggest streams in the world with Aiden Ross, Neon, that little bitch, Jack the Shithead Epstein, Sneeko, fitness influencers like Alex Eubank, and many more. This kid is everywhere. So I'm thinking to myself, what did this asshole do to join that club and get a head start with that crazy clout? And then I was thinking, I was like, you know what? I don't want to know whose dicks he's sucking for that clout, but he's doing something. Then I said, you know what? Let me take a look and see what's so special about this asshole. And I found a lot of shit. So when I first saw this kid, I was surprised to find out he was only 19 years old, because he looks older, good looking kid, but doesn't look 19. And then he spits out of his mouth that he's been taking steroids since 14 years old. And we know how much that shit can age you.
And I came to a logical decision that there's a cheat code, and then I come across on forums and Reddit, here's a drug.
Dude, like, the amount of fucking 15-year-old girls now that look like they're in their mid-20s, I don't know why, but, like, there's a lot of younger people who just look older. People have kind of hypothesized that it may have something to do with, like, stress, where, like, the younger generation, like, Zoomers or whatever the fuck it is now, they're just more stressed than previous generations and they look older. So, yeah, Clav looks like he could be like, 23, 24 when he's really 19. You can find plenty of examples of people who look way older than they are, around that age, and they're not on steroids. So it's like, he doesn't have a twin brother, so it's not like you know that he looks older because of steroids. You're just making an assumption that, congratulations, you're banned. Oh, steroids age you because steroids are evil, and then he looks older. Like, who the fuck knows? We don't have any reasonable counterfactual where he has like a brother or ideally a twin who isn't on steroids, and then he looks more his age. Who the fuck knows?
What? How elephants can't fly, so how will we have flying elephants eventually? Newsflash: VG evolution takes millions of years.
We'll probably use AI to figure it out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That you can take to enhance your progress by such an incredible margin. Of course I'm gonna fucking do that.
But the best part of that, he doesn't even like working out. He thinks you can just take that shit and it's gonna do something.
The journey is being in a sweaty ass gym, okay, full of a bunch of fucking gym cells and disgusting sweaty beasts. Okay, that's the journey, okay? So if that's what you want, have the fuck at it. Go do your fucking journey, my G. But goddamn, I'm trying to spend as little time in that fucking shithole as possible. I hate the gym, okay, quite frankly. Or wait, no, do you like the gym, sir?
No. Dude,
yeah,
it's like it after like the first year and a half, like, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, I mean, steroids work, so yeah. They increase the margins of benefit. So you don't have to work out as much to grow the same amount of muscle, and you can also work out way more and also build way more muscle because you're actually benefiting from like a higher amount of training. So at the margins, either low amount of training or high amount of training, you're going to get more benefit from working out. So he's not wrong. If he doesn't like training, but he wants to look like he works out more, well, yeah. That is a strategy you can employ.
Fun at first, like just getting the pump, but then it gets like, okay, that's like going on a fucking roller coaster 100 times in a row. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Of course, it's gonna get boring. So I like to just get in and out of there. The journey, shut the fuck up, man. Don't even try me with that bullshit, please.
And the same thing goes, getting lean. He wants to lose weight because he wants people to see his cheekbones, right? So you know what he does? He doesn't do normal things like go on a diet. No, he's...
What was the dosage for zinc you recommended for lowering aromatization? 15 or 50? Enunciate please. And what was the dosage for calcium D-glucarate? Any other tips/tricks for lowering aromatization besides those 2 supplements and injecting daily?
50 milligrams zinc, so 50. For calcium D-glucarate, I don't know what the dosage is. Just order some on Amazon and just follow whatever the recommended dosage is on the container. The only other thing that you can do to lower aromatization would be at a lower body fat percentage. So the lower your body fat, the less you'll aromatize. Thanks for the donation though, Gummy Gum.
I don't think even AI can somehow speed up the evolution process and make elephants fly VG.
Yeah, but we could have cyborg elephants that can like fly because they have like a jetpack or something. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
He's on fucking Chris. I ain't kidding you. What does he think he is? Walter White from Breaking Bad? That shit's not good for you.
And I use crystal amphetamine as a stimulant and to lean max, right? It's very suppressant of your appetite. It's a very long-acting stimulant. So this is something that I've started using in place of Adderall, right? Because Adderall is 75% dextroamphetamine and 25% levoamphetamine. So the levoamphetamine, I really didn't like it. It's too much of a physical CNS stimulant. So if you're trying to work, it's just gonna be too much, too jittery. Whereas, the is a little bit better in terms of its dopamine release, just being targeted for the brain. It's much more mild than Adderall, actually. And, it works a little better for me, and I use it to lean max, right? So.
Yeah, I don't know about it being more mild than Adderall.
I'm pretty much using for hollow cheeks.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at in terms of looks maxing.
And let me tell you what's going to happen. I hope you listen to what I'm saying. You keep on doing that Chris shit, right? When I was in Arizona, there was a town called Apache Junction.
Oh, dude, I can guarantee you he's already addicted. According to Sneeko, it's Sneeko, he might be exaggerating or whatever, but Sneeko said he literally did a line of fucking crystal meth right in front of him, like snorted it.
And everybody there who lived there, they knew. You go to Apache Junction, you're going to see all these tweakers running around with no teeth, cuts all over them. They're all fucked up walking around like The Hills Have Eyes. You guys remember that movie? Well, you keep this shit up, that's going to be you next in the part 2 of The Hills Have Eyes.
I haven't seen you for a little bit. What do you have for pre-workout?
Just a little bit of, Kickstarter, if you know what I mean,
No, bro, you're not serious.
Yeah.
You use that for pre-workout?
Yeah.
And how does that feel?
Dude, honestly, it feels amazing. It's a little...
Mike Mentzer was a meth addict. I know Mike Mentzer would do crystal meth for pre-workout. Mike Mentzer had a lot of mental health problems. Some people suspect that it may have been related to his steroid habits because he would run nandrolone only cycles. And because of the weird effect nandrolone has, where like it has progestogenic activity, and if you're not taking it with testosterone, that can like raise your estrogen. It can give you like really bad mental health sides and fuck up your brain. So some of his mental health issues might have been related to that.
A little bit vasoconstrictive, but if I really want to fucking dial in and work out, it's an absolute go-to.
I will tell you guys the real truth. I don't know if I'm being a fucking snitch. I've never seen someone ever in real life. I literally witnessed Clav, literally witnessed it. And I didn't know how to feel.
Where is he?
Clav, who's ruining America?
Mostly Mexicans. Mexicans, black people.
The hell you said? No, you said it wrong, bro.
It's mostly, it is like a lot of black people are around.
But that's not all this asshole's doing. He's taking all kinds of things. Peptides, one of them, melanotan, and he posts this picture up, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, why does this asshole want to look like one of those annoying...
Yeah, melanotan's actually good for you. melanotan was developed both to prevent and treat skin cancer. So obviously, if you have more melanin in your skin, that's going to block UV radiation, and it's going to lead to less DNA damage. It also directly kills off skin cancer. It also has some other interesting benefits. Apparently, at least in some individuals, it gives you really good erections. It improves erectile quality. So rather than taking like Viagra or Cialis, you can get a similar benefit from melanotan. So I don't know, like, of all things to criticize him over, I don't know why the fuck anybody would be complaining about melanotan. It was literally developed as an anti-skin cancer medication, and it works. Like we know it works. And it helps you just get better erections. Like, the guy's on meth. Why the fuck do you care if he's taking melanotan? The problem is he's on meth.
But those wouldn't be real elephants, VG. Real elephants would still not be able to really fly. We will most likely have squids swinging from the trees before elephants learn how to fly.
Well, it's all about results at the end of the day. If elephants are flying around, they're flying around. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Do you use Elgato for OBS Studio? I don't know what you mean by that. I have an Elgato capture card. I can't remember. Well, no, I have two. I have an Elgato PCI capture card in my PC. I don't think I'm using it right now, and I've got a USB Elgato capture card. I think that, yeah, HD60X, that's what I've got my camera hooked up to.
Annoying pieces of shit from the call centers that annoys the hell out of us. That shit don't look good. But then he takes it to another level. You guys know, when you do movies or you do shows or you're on TV, they put sometimes makeup on you so the bright lights, doesn't make your skin look so bad. But this kid ain't doing that. He's putting on women's makeup. I'm talking eyeliner, contouring the face, right?
Yeah, holy striking, bro.
Plus 0.5 PSL from the eyelash curling on this, bro. Holy shit. Mogs.
Holy fuck. That's actually fucking Mog. Wait, maybe even a little more.
Looking at himself in the mirror and he's saying, Mog, I don't know what kind of fucking word is that. And then he takes this
Well, soon he won't need any eyeliner if he stays on meth long enough.
curling thing. I didn't even knew this thing existed, where they take a piece of metal, they put it on your eyelashes to curl them. What is this asshole doing? He even gets his poor friends involved and gets them to do this shit.
I mean, women do this shit, so it's like, whatever.
With him. You know what that reminds me?
Like, who cares? He's on meth. We're complaining about him using a fucking eyelash curler? The guy's on fucking meth. Like,
when you're going out with some sharmutas to a bar or to a restaurant, and they gotta go with their sharmuta friend into the bathroom together to look at themselves in the mirror, paint themselves up with new makeup and fix themselves. That's what these kids look like they're doing. What's wrong with this generation? He even takes that little bitch Neon, right? He takes them to the women's store where they sell all the makeups, and they go looking around, they collect some shit, they go in the street, he starts putting it on him, and I'm thinking in my head, why do you want to make this kid look like even a bigger bitch than he does? That kid's already a woman.
I need to find a worker to help us find it.
They don't want to help us, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm sure.
You think some Indians?
Yeah, I think so. Could be. What we're gonna do?
Yeah.
Is we're gonna lighten the skin tone a little bit.
Okay.
Even everything out.
Okay.
And you're gonna look a lot better.
Okay, that's enough. How much would I do?
All right, just rub it all over your face, and then blend it into the side of your jaw, your neck, everywhere.
You see the difference?
Just keep blending it in. Everything. Yeah, you really gotta rub that in.
Good?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. How about look, Chad?
He looks worse, I would say.
And look what he's doing to this poor kid, painting his face like a sharmuta. Leave this asshole alone.
No worries. All right, let me do. Yo, that's fire.
Now this is the most fucked up part. See this picture, and you see that lump on his face, on his cheekbone? He's sitting there, punching his face like an asshole to bruise it, because he thinks it's gonna give him higher cheekbones, this idiot. But all this shit he's doing, right? Well, I guess it didn't make him good looking enough. So now he wants to turn to dangerous surgeries. He's talking about going to Turkey to get double jaw surgery and implants in his face because he thinks it's going to make him even better looking. And
the bone smashing thing is so fucking retarded. It's kind of strange too, because him and Androgenic promote bone smashing. I think Androgenic doesn't talk about it quite as much, but Clav definitely is very an outspoken proponent of bone smashing. What's weird about it coming from them is they like to, talk about how they're very evidence-based and everything. As far as I know, I could be wrong about this. I guess they'd know more than me, but there's literally no scientific evidence about bone smashing. None. Like, this isn't a procedure that's done. Like, there's no trials where they trial bone smashing and they see whether or not it, like, creates more of a cheekbone or something. So it's entirely anecdote where people say, I hit myself in the face and now I have high cheekbones. Like, that's the best they have. So why would you do something or promote something that has, like, no scientific evidence behind it? And, like, logically speaking, it doesn't even really seem to make much sense to me either. Because I don't know why you'd expect that to cause either bone or tissue growth. Like, if that did anything, then, like, kickboxers would have huge mounds on their shin. Kickboxers hit hard objects over and over and over again to condition their shins. They don't have, like, bulging shins. Their shins look exactly the same. It's just that the nerves die off and like, the bone mineral density increases. That's it. It doesn't actually create a bigger mound. There are people who also do, like, elbow and hand conditioning too. None of those people have, like, massive, gigantic knuckles or, like, big, huge protruding elbows. So, like, we already know from kickboxers, MMA fighters, there's no other part of your body where hitting, the bone against something hard makes the bone grow or any tissue grow where, it creates a protrusion and it's larger. So why would you expect that to happen in your face? And on top of that, you also have the problem of symmetry. So even if it did do that, how are you going to, like, make the growth symmetrical? So if there was, if this phenomena did happen where you end up hypertrophying some tissue, whether it be bone or, like, some of the connective tissue around your face, you have no idea how much that's going to grow from one side to the other, because, like, you'd assume it's not going to grow evenly. It's just the way it is. So, like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, we know cosmetic surgery works. Like, you can get implants and you can measure out the implant so that it's symmetrical from side to side. And you're also not going to give yourself CTE from hitting yourself in the face over and over again either. So, like, it's just so fucking stupid.
he doesn't realize the fucking risk of what surgeries can actually do to you.
Yeah, so I'm actually getting surgery myself quite soon, within the next few weeks.
On what?
On my jaw.
No.
Yeah.
It's a great job.
Yeah, wait, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You have a
great
nice
job.
face.
Thank you. I
Are you
appreciate it. Well, it's about to get even better.
No. You're getting surgery, dude?
You guys sound...
Uh-oh. I have to pee and poop. I'm gonna go pee and poop. I'll be right back. I'll be a couple minutes. I am done peeing and pooping.
I'm like my mom right now with this.
Oh.
The one genuinely novel insight from Mengel's experiments that there's a limit to how many times a bone will heal after breaking. I think it's like 19 times.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. It's pretty fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, retard. 21st and $20 is the usual suspect. Yeah. Looks like a crazy crackhead or something. By the way, even Frank is smart enough to know bone smashing is retarded. I have a feeling clavicular will end up worse than Frank. Wouldn't surprise me. He already has a pretty good face. You know. I don't know if he's like Brad Pitt level or anything. He's still 19 too. But yeah, like he's a pretty good looking guy. Plastic surgery works best when there's something like fucked up. So like if your nose is too big or like something like that, plastic surgery is really good at unfucking your face. It's not good at turning somebody who's already really good looking into even better looking. I've never seen anybody who's like, 9 out of 10 looks, and then they become like 9.5 or 10 out of 10, you know?
So a bone has 19 chances before it's permanently crippled, but a cat still only has one life. That's nuts.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So yeah, really stupid for him to want to get that procedure done. And he's also still just a teenager. Like, you mature and you look different, 19's still pretty young. Like, you can look at the difference, when I was like a teenager versus like 25, your face does change, so it's especially stupid at that age.
Where's going to be in your face? Everywhere. So I'm getting titanium implants done essentially everywhere on my face.
Wow.
And there's going to be an osteotomy in my mid-mandible called BSSO. It's going to be advanced forward. Along with my upper jaw, they're going to do a incision right here and then advance the upper jaw. What's it going to run you? 35.
You sure you want to do this? You're a good-looking kid. 35 grand?
Yeah.
Dude, you're handsome as fuck.
Isn't that pretty baller though that you have like 35K in your face?
No, you should save it all, dude. You're
35K
handsome.
around your neck, son. Nah, get a necklace.
Dude, you're only 19?
Yeah.
Dude, stop.
And that's not the only surgery he wants to do. This asshole, right? He's 6'2". We all would love to be 6'2", right? But that's not good enough for him. He talks about going now and getting that stupid limb lengthening surgery because he wants to be 6'6". I'm thinking, you know how silly that
Yeah, that's out of this world stupid.
Shit's gonna look.
That's probably even dumber than the jaw surgery thing.
He's gonna end up looking. Remember when we saw Vincent Fisher walking around like a fucking giraffe? That's what this asshole's gonna end up looking like if he does this stupid shit.
Why are you spending $100,000 on surgery to go from 6'2" to 6'6"?
That is more about just presence, right? I've always valued presence super, super highly. Right?
Why don't you just take more steroids and get more jacked? That'll give you plenty of presence.
Right, you walk into a room, people notice, right? You're standing in the middle of a club, you're an outlier, right? That to me, just because people will come up to me, they'll say, "Oh, well, 6'2", that's already very tall." But in terms of percentiles, it's only 91st percentile, right? 6'6", we get to 99th. I'm someone who wants to be the best, right? And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get there. So that's why, I'm seriously considering that limb lengthening surgery.
Now, seeing this is actually really sad to me because you see here a good-looking kid, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, one, his proportions would look stupid, and two, You end up getting ballerina feet when you increase the limbs too long. So you're stretching out the muscle and the tendon, and what happens is your feet curl under. I think there was another guy who was 6'2", and he got to like 6'6" or something doing that, and he said he had horrible ballerina feet from doing that, and he still has issues with like walking and shit a year after the procedure. So stupid. And there's also a non-zero chance of causing permanent like nerve damage where you literally have numb feet and you can never walk again, and you have to wear like crutches or something. And the bone might not heal back. You may have like a permanent break in your leg, which also isn't good.
How could he be so insecure that he wants to do all these crazy things? But the worst part about it all is he has such a big following now, right? Such a big reach. Think about all the other kids that are watching him, that he's making them feel insecure about themselves. He's selling them programs so they can do these same dangerous things on themselves.
Right, so I was noticing who was going home with the pretty girls every night, and I noticed it was really about 1 to 2% of men, right? So it was people who were very tall, people who were very good looking. And this is something I was noticing over my formative years when I was a teenager growing up, right? So making these observations, kind of seeing that sometimes good looking people would be able to go up to women and start making out with them without saying.
If you're going to criticize him for promoting the shit to kids or something, like, I mean, you could say that with anything. Look at the amount of fucking bodybuilders in the fitness industry, like Mike O'Hearn. I mean, the cat's out of the bag. You're not going to convince a 14-year-old kid at this point that you can look like Mike O'Hearn naturally. So anybody who's in the fitness industry, even naturals, like there are people who look impressive enough naturally where it convinces people to go on steroids. Togi said this in a podcast. He used to look up to Alex Eubank, and he wanted to look like Alex Eubank, and this is when Alex Eubank was natural. So he hopped on steroids. Like, the cat's out of the bag, so, like, we live in a free society where people can promote whatever ideas they want, you know, assuming it's not, like, illegal. You're, like, not promoting terrorism or something. If you want to put the blame on anybody, put the blame on parents. Like, it's not his job to parent other people's children. There's plenty of bad information online. There's plenty of bad examples in both legacy and mainstream media. If you want to put the blame on, like, anybody for kids going down the wrong path, put the blame on the fucking parents, not Clav. He can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Saying anything, I kind of started to shift my worldview a little bit and realize, hey, okay, so this is like the most important metric and I have to go all in.
But when I look at this whole movement, looks maxing, and the reasons as to why kids are doing this stupid shit, right? And the whole point is to get hotter women, better women, and that's the reason why they want to improve themselves. That reminds me of when I was younger. When I was in college, all right? I was nerdy. I wasn't the same guy as I am now when I look at myself, right? But during that time, I had not only the best looking girls in my life that I had, but the best girls in the inside as well. Then as I got older, right, I improved, I started working out, my appearance improved. I got the worst girls in my life and the girls that wanted me for the wrong reasons. So when I look back at myself in college and ask myself when I was nerdy, why did I find all those great women, right? The best women in my life. It was because I was still the same me. I still had the same personality. I was still the same John, right? And I knew how to take care of girls how a man should. I never changed.
Sup Richard, think of the kids is always fucking gay virtue signaling bullshit.
Yeah, it is. It's a really easy way of moralizing. Like, that's the go-to thing now with taking away human rights. Like, oh, we need to get rid of privacy because think of the children. Oh, do you want, like, children to watch porn? We need to ban pornography. We need to ban VPNs. Every, like, service that you sign up to, the government needs to know Like, you know, who you are, what your fucking credit card information is. They need to see your driver's license. Like, it's just the go-to thing. Think of the children. It's just bullshit. Again, we live in a free society. If you have a problem with the way somebody does something, then don't do it. And if you're worried about your kids being, you know, influenced by this stuff, then why don't you try parenting your kids? It's just fucking retarded. But thanks for the donation, Saxby. Yeah, Johnny Bravo does make a good point here. Like, when you increase your attractiveness, like, your scope expands, right? So, like, the more people who are attracted to you, the more bad people that you're going to attract. So, if you're, like, say, 5 out of 5, you know, on the look scale, you're going to have a narrower band of people who will give you the time of day. But if you end up being, like, 8 out of 10 on the look scale, that band of people that you'll attract is going to grow wider. And as a consequence, in all likelihood, you're also going to attract more pieces of shit.
Changed the person inside. So even though over the years my appearance changed, I was the same guy back then, and that's all I needed to get the best woman in my life. So saying that, when I take a look around and I see, you know, some of the guys that have the best girls, not only the hottest, but the best ones, they're not these fucking looks maxing guys or these 10 out of 10 men. No, they're just regular guys that know how to be.
You know, I genuinely do not understand this obsession with, like, getting the absolute prettiest girlfriend. Like, from my perspective, like, as long as they're good looking enough, like, who fucking cares? It's just, like, if they're good looking enough where you want to kiss them, your dick gets hard, I don't really fucking care. It doesn't really make a difference to me. Like, whatever. Okay, this chick's a little prettier. Whatever. Girl I'm with right now is still hot. Like, whatever. And then, yeah, like, the bigger priority at that point would just be, who do you get along with more? Who's a better person?
A man, know how to treat a woman, and have a great personality. So all this shit that you guys are doing, because we don't even know the long-lasting effects of all this shit you're doing, right? It's all a fucking waste if all it is that you want to get better women, because that...
I don't know if I'm going to try Arc Raiders. I might.
So first of all, you have the optics of a pretty short, compact woman on a second place step on the podium, looking up at
I don't think that chick is short and compact. I think she's like 6 foot.
A giant of a human being, no matter who you are. The fact that this was the heavyweights, the actual World's Strongest Woman title with Andrea Thompson, who's a badass, who's been competing for like over 10 years.
Yeah, isn't Andrea Thompson like 6 foot or something crazy? That is not the same Andrea Thompson. Oh no, she's 5'5". Holy shit. That is crazy. She's 5'5", 265 pounds. Holy mother of a fuck. Yeah, dude, this chick weighs more than me. She must be absolutely fucking gargantuan. 5'5", and she weighs like, what, over 30 pounds more than me? That is crazy. I think her max deadlift is over 600 too. That is fucking nuts.
It just goes to show VG they're right when they say kids ruin everything, so why even bother having them then, like these conservatives insist upon?
Well, you're not going to catch me with kids, dead or alive. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
years. But the one thing that's really making this take off, it's her looking down, her looking up, being obviously annoyed, saying fuck this, and then walking off. That is like a big FU. That's a big protest right there to say, I'm not participating in this. This is stupid. I'm walking off. So to go back a few years, just at the height of tension in the culture around this stuff, before the pendulum started swinging the other way, that's when I had my gym, Empire Barbell. We would train to go to this show. I've been twice. My wife has been. Both of her bridesmaids have competed there. Kristen Rhodes was at our wedding. She's a good friend of ours. She's competed there. She's a trailblazer of the sport, one of the most dominant strong women of all time. So strong women is really like kind of close to me. And at that time, I got to see what all of the discussion.
Yep, I'm quitting streaming. I'm gonna officially retire tomorrow after I win the lottery. The draws tonight, 55 million, and once I collect that check, I am officially retiring.
Looked like online and how a lot of the women would like kind of talk to each other. And then I would hear what they would say when they thought nobody was listening. And a lot, and I mean a lot of the women have not liked this for a very, very, very long time. But 4 or 5 years ago, they wouldn't say anything about it because of the social pressure. Even if they felt like it was wrong, even if they felt like they had the rationale for it, it was too hard to stick your neck out and go against the grain. And I guarantee you, if this was like 2021, Andrea Thompson, and I don't want to like hit her character or anything, but she at the very least would have thought twice. She would have felt the social pressure, I think, a lot more. There would have been a lot more performative bullshit of people pretending to be happy, as opposed to saying, like, we're not dealing with this. Now, regardless of the cultural change, the topic has been extremely unpopular, even at the height of like social craziness going back a few years. I mean, polls always showed that like almost all conservatives and like a majority of people that would identify as liberals did not like the idea of trans women in women's sports. Now, the biggest sign that things have gone the other way is the fact that we've gone from like Strongman Corp saying like, yeah,
I'm pretty sure she like officially cheated. I think it's in their rules that trans women aren't allowed to compete.
We're doing the IOC guidelines with including trans athletes in women's divisions, to OSG saying flat out, no, we actually have guidelines that say if you're biologically X, Y, or Z, you have to compete in that.
Will you start watching my stream and donate to me after you retire? Yes, absolutely.
Actual division, and they're enforcing it. I got wind of this less than 24 hours ago. They've already scrubbed Jamie's name from the score sheet. They have Andrea Thompson as the official world's strongest woman. You see it in the...
Yeah, she cheated. She didn't tell anybody she was trans and lied about her actual sex.
Comments anywhere you go. She's getting tagged left and right. There's so much more support now. Now to put in context who this person is, Andrea Thompson, 5'6", built at 265, 6'5", 400 pounds. Jamie Booker, Jesus.
Yeah.
Credits time working on a farm for farm strength. Again, probably being 6'5" and having a lot of testosterone in your system will definitely help with that. Now to show what a stud Andrea Thompson is, they had a log press where you could go 195, 225, or 250. Of course, she does the big one. She gets 4 reps with a 250 log. I'm not entirely sure that I could do that right now. Pretty fast with the timber carry, 4 bars on the deadlift ladder, 495 to 600 pounds, all 4 in 20 seconds. And that's why she is who she is. She's been on this run for a decade. And you don't have to really stretch your brain to the limits of its creativity to say, what type of advantages would a trans woman have in a sport, even if they did transition early? Imagine it's on Jamie. Imagine it's another 5'6" manlet with small bones, a small frame that couldn't hang in men's sports, but over their life transitioning, they decided to try to find camaraderie in women's sports, and they end up doing very well and they like it. Maybe you look at that person with the hormone replacement therapy and say, you know, they're not really at an advantage. Can't we just let them in? Well, what happens in a sport where not only is PED use not regulated, but everybody does it and talks openly about it? Drugs are a part of the sport. And what that means is that if the women are using, the trans women are using, which means that making that one exception guarantees that the women are going to be competing against a biological male on steroids. So given Jamie's frame, 6'5", 400 pounds, the supposed farm strength, given that they're likely on PEDs, if Jamie as a biological male did anything that like Inez Carrasquillo or Olga Liachuk,
I can guarantee you that trans women would be on PEDs. If you've completely nuked your testosterone and you've transitioned, you're not lifting those kinds of weights.
Is doing as far as a cycle, they descend to some HP Lovecraft like elder god tier of menace over the entire division, but they'd still probably actually do pretty well as a man. Maybe not be a pro in the first few years, but certainly be able to compete and get that experience. You're entitled to be able to go and compete. You're not entitled to be able to dominate everybody around you by changing the rules to favor you above everybody else. Now, this person's probably getting a shit ton of hate right now. If I know the internet, and I think I do, they're probably getting a whole shitstorm thrown at them. Do not do that. Don't be that fucking guy. I mean, not only is it a prick thing to do that is an overreaction to what it is that we're actually dealing with. I mean, with somebody, it's the wrong thing to do, but strategically it sets your own cause back. Now, in trying to get more information about this person, I did see a GoFundMe link. That one slaps me in the face every time I see it. I could have my head turned the other way. And if there's a GoFundMe link 180 degrees in the other direction, I will see it and I'll react to it viscerally because this is something I have a strong opinion on. Help Jamie become world's strongest woman. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I judge this person infinitely more for starting a GoFundMe to fund their trip to compete and travel in a hobby sport.
Well, and she lied. She didn't disclose the fact that she was trans.
more so than I judge them for knowingly going into a division that they didn't qualify for. Replace this with any other fucking hobby. If somebody does Rubik's Cube, if somebody collects coins or model trains, I need to be able to go to Comic-Con this year because this is my life goal. I guarantee if this person went on Caleb Hammer, we would be seeing some shit come out like, oh, wow, did you really need to...
Yeah, that's some like fucked up retarded shit. Alright, does he have any new shorts? I think we've already seen those.
Out of all the health and nutrition influencers that say they want to help people, I have the most...
Yeah, we've already seen that one. Alright. Japan Vlog 2.
Okay, Japan Vlog 2. I'm probably just going to do the same thing I did yesterday, so I don't really think I want to film that much today. I want to get the udon at that same place because I really liked it, and I'm going to try to figure out some medical oxygen stuff for the trip back. I think I explained this in the surgery video we posted from Japan, that I had to be wheelchaired from the airport when I got here, and I equated that to the very long flight duration at high altitude with low oxygen concentration in the cabin, and they did not have like individual oxygen ports like most planes do. So I'm going to see if I can find some type of medical clinic that I can go to as a foreigner, and maybe get some either approval to use my oxygen machine on the plane, or even better, some type of oxygen tank or machine that I can bring back on the plane on the way home, because we're going to be, I might have to be wheelchaired again. I almost passed out. It was pretty bad. Very bad headache. Felt horrific for the latter half of the flight. I'm just worried about the way back, but we have just brought our probiotic with us, so.
Dude, he's such a baby. What's funny too is chances are his probiotic supplement is garbage and it's actually contributing more to his health issues.
I'm going to bring some of that to, I'm just going to bring one probiotic pill to have with my breakfast. What that'll do is, keep the candida in check, help break down the food so I can eat more later if I want to.
Probiotics do not do anything for candida.
And I should just feel better in general having the probiotic versus not having the probiotic. But the thing with the probiotic is you do want to make sure to eat a lot.
I don't know why he always thinks he is infected with candida. It's fungal growth, and usually only diabetics or people who are immune compromised are prone to getting it. And probiotics don't do anything for candida. It's fungal. So, like, they don't prescribe probiotics for a fungal growth. You get prescribed antifungal medication.
Because if you don't have enough starch and sugar, the probiotic is pretty potent. Yeah, so it's kind of, I was editing on my laptop for a few hours, so we've been away for a little while now. So I really just I'm kind of hungry now, so I just want to go eat something. And then, okay, so my itinerary for today is go get the udon we like while doing some Googling about Japanese doctors. Go to 7-Eleven or Lawson or something. We'll have our apples, but I want to get I'm tired of not enjoying what I'm eating, so I'm gonna go get that fried bread or the bread with the whipped cream or whatever, and see if I could eat it. I'm gonna force myself to walk today. Now the cab ride is 1,000 yen for a 5-minute cab ride, which is $6 or $7, which is cheap compared to New York. However, $6 or $7 to save 10 minutes of my time isn't really worth it, unless I really didn't feel that good. But it's a really nice day outside. Was that? No, that was different. I'll see if there's any clothing stores in that by the Udon Noodle Mall. If not, I'm sure I could find something. I'll just get I do have an outfit I could wear that I think I packed. That's not sweats, but we could get something else too. Something that actually looks like I put some effort into what I was wearing. I do have a nice closet of stuff in my house, decent looking, just casual streetwear clothes. But after my life got ruined, I kind of stopped fucking caring about what I was wearing. Not really a high priority anymore. I mean, dying of liver damage is one thing, and then dealing with all this gang stalking, and then having my face ruined on top of that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what clothes I wear, or if I have cologne or not. Unfortunately, obviously that's not good
Why is he dressed like a Muslim woman?
for business. These people don't want to ruin everyone's lives, otherwise they wouldn't have a society to live in themselves. But
Really weird. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Season 3 is using AI for the animation. So with this most recent episode, there's two different frames, right? There's the frame where it shows her right there with clearly 3 breasts, okay, clearly 3 breasts, and I put.
I don't think that's 3 breasts. I think they're trying to show that the metal was like folding her clothes.
Posted about this on like Facebook, and people were saying it's fake, and it's like, no, I pay for Hulu, I pay for Disney Plus. I went in and I looked, and these 2 things are between the 9-minute mark and the 10-minute mark in this episode, where you can freeze and you can find these. So you got this one right here where clearly you see Mizuki with 3 breasts, which is obviously not correct, and then another one here with 5 fingers and a thumb. So
that is much harder to explain. AI does tend to create those sorts of artifacts.
6 fingers total. And again, both of these are verified as legitimate. Like, you can go find these. There's many people online who have done it. It's not like these are fake and made up. You can go find these stills in the actual anime itself. And it's like, with all of this happening, like, how is this happening again? How are we getting more art issues? And it's to the extent where now people are saying, you know, the hot button word online is, oh my God, One Punch Man season 3 is using AI. And it's honestly, it's hard to say. There's a few things to like highlight, like the 6 finger thing. That is kind of a common mistake that's made with even the best of animators. There was just a thing going on with, I think it was One Piece, where that happened, and the animator came out and was like, this is my mistake, yada, yada, yada. There was another one that happened with the Sekiro anime trailer that came out, and there was a guy with 6 fingers, but they were claiming that it was a fully hand-drawn 2D animation, and then the animator or somebody on the production staff had to come out and publicly say on record, we guarantee you this is all 2D hand-drawn animation. This was just a mistake. And so I just bring up...
Given how animators in Japan are paid, they're paid per panel they draw. So unless they're like using AI and fibbing to the production company, it seems unlikely that they would go out of their way to use AI, because then they wouldn't get paid. Because again, they get paid per like cell of animation that they draw. So like, it's possible that maybe some of these animators are trying to cut their workload down and get paid for drawing more frames of animation by using AI behind everyone's back, but I don't know. I don't know how easy it would be to get away with something like that.
Those 2 examples, because the 6 finger thing does tend to happen in oversights with anime production. That doesn't excuse it, but that is something that tends to happen. Her having 3 breasts, I don't know.
I think that's a stretch. That doesn't look like 3 breasts.
How we get there, it's really odd. And it is the reason this is like such a big issue is because we saw a couple, you know, I think I made a video a week ago talking about how Atomic Samurai's top knot is just cut off. Like, it's almost like they animated the manga frame or the manga panel, right? Because Atomic Samurai's top knot is cut off in the manga panel ends there, but in the anime there's more to the frame, but in the anime his top knot's just cut off. And then you take that and you combine that with a bunch of the other issues, and you can and then you combine that with these 2 Mizuki issues, sorry, lots of anime content, lots of names in my brain. And you put those things together and you're like, okay, I can understand why people are saying they think that the One Punch Man season 3 animation team is using AI. I can understand that. I get that. And when you think about the fact that, you know, there's rumors that they've probably only been working on this since the summer, and you start putting all this together and you're like, okay, it's starting to look like either the production team and the animators are so incredibly overworked and so worked to the bone that they're missing a lot of quality control issues.
That happens a lot.
Or they're using AI. And I don't have a definitive answer for whether or not one or the other is happening. My gut is to lean into the fact that looking at all of the evidence that we have so far, looking at all the things that have gone down with this show so far, and the things that we're seeing in some different quotes from different people on the team, My gut is that it's not AI, even though that's what everybody is saying, because that's the hot button word, that's the hot button topic.
It's probably not. Again, especially considering how animators in Japan get paid. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
I have a whole closet of suits and nice clothes and stuff I used to like wearing, but I just stopped caring. I don't really care anymore. I don't like looking. There's a difference between like not caring and looking like you're completely fucking homeless. So I always get like a pair of jeans or something. I'll obey the traffic laws if it's like a two-way intersection, if like there's traffic going both ways. But I will not stand there next to 20 people and watch them not cross like a one-lane road, a one-way, one lane that has no cars coming in either direction. I'm just gonna go. I can't imagine how much of a pain in the ass it would be to do commercial or industrial construction over here. I mean, people online do brag about how quickly and efficiently the Japanese get stuff done, but you would assume there's either some type of like ridiculous cost associated with that or very, very high amount of planning or regulation around it. All right, so that quick Google search just answered all my questions. Tokyo is the largest metropolitan area in the world, has like 40 million people. And that kind of explains everything. That explains like the infrastructure, the size, just the population is the highest here, like basically 5 times as much as New York and more concentrated. So that makes a lot of sense. What's interesting is the land cost and the building and the housing and property cost is very high compared to the cost of living here. Like if you were renting or like you were living in the suburbs and commuting, and your food costs and your grocery costs, it's way lower than New York. Like it seems like the cost of
no, it's lower for a New Yorker, not lower for somebody living in Japan.
everything else, like necessities, is maybe like between 10 and 30%. I guess if you're not getting ripped off with foreigner price and actually going to the grocery store, I think you would be spending substantially less. Because I think like compared to that person's average salary here, I think I'm spending a lot of money. Because I mean, to me, it's like, oh, I'd be spending, you know, like, oh, $70 for Wagyu dinner. That's crazy. Because like you literally spend like 150 or 200 in New York for like a crappy dinner at any restaurant, and you're getting the highest quality fresh stuff here for way cheaper. And then just like breakfast or whatever, like I'm getting like a bowl of the highest quality udon and it's $7 versus like a crappy bacon, egg, and cheese for $7. Like you can't really compare the quality of what you're getting here versus what you'd be paying for in America. I mean, hotels and stuff and property in New York is probably still more expensive, but it's more comparable. Like you'd be paying, like I'm not, like the hotel, I think I was, when I had to rebook it, I think it's expensive. I think it's like, it was like $250 or $275 a night, which is kind of expensive compared to like the cost of everything else here. I'm sure I could have found something cheaper, but again, I'm getting, you know, the medical procedure. I don't know how, I just like, now I wouldn't mind having to like take a longer taxi ride or commute a little bit, but if I had to, like those 1 or 2 days, like before and after the procedure, where you don't feel so hot, it's nice to just be right next to the hotel. It's mainly for immediately post-op, because if you're not right there post-op, it's very, you know, I don't have anyone here with me. I don't really, there's like a nursing service. I paid for one night. It was terrible. It wasn't really a nursing service. It was like, they called it a chaperone service. It was terrible. They don't really have that stuff here. Like surgical aftercare, that's not a thing here. Like nursing care, it's not. And they have, these companies aren't that good with like if you were Japanese and we're familiar with the Japanese internet and could like find the stuff. There's so many freaking malls here, dude. I don't know if this is, I don't know what that is. A lot of this is fashion stuff. A lot of fashion stuff here. Yeah, one of the main things I've gotten from Tokyo is that these people like to shop a lot, foreigners like to shop a lot. That's mainly what it's for. That's mainly what you're coming here for. You know, you're coming here to buy clothing and get interesting stuff, and it's not super cheap, but it's way cheaper than America, you know? And you're buying like new clothes, whatever you want. So I think this is the Uniqlo we were at yesterday with the discount store. Because it's like a work day in an office area. I would say like 90% plus of men are wearing like suits. Like 90% plus. Girls and women are just wearing, I guess like business casual, upscale clothing. You know, no one's dressed like a bum like me. And if a guy's not wearing a suit, he'll be in like some trendy fashion shit, you know? They take their appearance seriously. I was climbing on my roof before we left. Now I almost tore my hamstring walking down the street. I feel like I'm falling apart. Now, I don't know if like, because in the States, you drive on the right side and walk on the right side. Is here the left side too? Like, I'm guessing you walk and drive on the left side. It'd be hard getting used to that. Because like when you make a left turn now, there's no one in the way, and you have to wait to make a right turn. So it's a little confusing. But no, that's really interesting. I didn't know that. Tokyo's the biggest city in the world. Didn't know. Basically, you could basically say that. Like Tokyo and Japan in general is, you could say it's probably like the most desirable tourist attraction because of how concentrated it is and how much there is to do. So this big building in front of me is, this is where that udon restaurant is. Pretty big intersection here. So, excuse me. lot of buildings, a lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do. I kind of want to see how I feel eating some DHA. I'm not sure if my brain needs some omega-3 or not, but we'll see. We'll see what restaurants are up here. I definitely want the udon. Maybe I can have a few pieces of sushi somewhere or a few pieces of wagyu somewhere, but I also want to keep. Tokyo Plaza. Should we take the escalator this time? Because the elevator was a disaster. I really don't like the elevator here. I'm gonna show you guys.
How is an elevator a disaster? Frank seems to complain about literally everything. I don't know how going into an elevator becomes a tragedy.
It's like a beverage sashimi. I mean, I don't understand shopping here. To me, it's too overwhelming. There's just too much stuff. This is apparently like a discount store, just regular sweatshirts. I'm more basic, like, I can barely go shopping in America, so I don't know if I'd be able to do it here. Well, let's go eat first and then we'll look around more. So we're here on 7, which is this store. See, this isn't descriptive enough. Like, I need it to just clearly state men's section. Where's the pants? Where's the shirts? Where's the jackets? All right, so we just got up here. Oh, what are they bragging about a burger? So we came up the escalator this time. It's really busy up here. Best burger on Ginza on TripAdvisor. That's not a good. To me, that's not a good thing. Not a good thing. It is kind of funny to see all Japanese chefs staffing a Spanish restaurant, though. That's gonna be me. You wanna get stuck in Japan for 5 more years? All right, we're gonna play safe. Go to our proven udon spot. Okay, take a number today. Maybe I should have bought the slacks and jacket. One of the most problematic things has me trying to like log into certain things and run certain business stuff, because you know how they are with like verifying passwords and stuff now on different applications, and like even just logging into your email, it's like a complete disaster now. So I on this phone, I haven't added like my business email or other stuff yet, just because you have to, you gotta like send a text message to your other phone, you need the number, then you don't have service or Wi-Fi. It's a fucking disaster. It's like nothing's easy. I was having a conniption. I was almost not able to, I had to like get a VPN, set my location to Pennsylvania or New York to be able to use certain things on the computer. It's a complete disaster. Complete disaster. Who's that?
Who the fuck doesn't have a VPN?
25,000 JPY. Oh, it's like a party platter. You got like sours are really popular.
There we go. Alcohol.
Maybe that's what we need, a lemon sour. Screw it. You know, it's gonna be with ice and everything though, right? I'm gonna get sloshed for breakfast. Whatever. Let's do it.
This guy is an alcoholic. Every single time he goes to a restaurant, he gets multiple drinks. He's an alcoholic. Especially considering, like, he always talks about how, oh, I have liver problems. Like, he's an alcoholic.
I'm the only white guy here again today. Should I practice my chopsticks so I don't have to ask for a fork again? I forgot to bring my fork with me. I should have got like a fancy pocket fork before. The thing is, it doesn't taste alcoholic, but I'm pretty like sure it is. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Oh, sugar-free. You know, I think this is like, it's weird. It's like a sugar-free one. I don't know what I'm drinking. I should probably Google this first. I'd rather have a regular one with the calories and sugar and stuff. Alright, if I knew what that was, I probably wouldn't have gotten it. You don't have to drink it though. I just took a few sips. Oh, they already broke the egg yolk. Trying to avoid the yolk at all costs, so that's not good. This is definitely the best tasting broth I've had, but the meat quality is like bad. And what I don't like is how stingy they are. And they barely put any meat in it by default. And when I paid like $7 or $8 for more meat, they barely put like 2 pieces of meat in it, so it's kind of weird. This place must be making a lot of money if they're charging that much for this ramen, when like their cost on this must be nothing besides the meat. Like, it's such, I mean, we got bottle of Perrier, a bowl of udon, a lemon sour can alcohol drink, and more significantly, like $8 of that bill was an upcharge for beef that was completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Like they put like 2 slices of beef on it, and it's just, I just don't understand. I don't know if we're gonna come back here tomorrow. It is the best tasting broth, but like the broth is way better than all the other ones I've had. But maybe we can try some other places and find something else. So I was looking on Google Maps, and there's like 4 or 5 bakeries that are pretty close in the area, but like these shop names mean different things in Japan. Like a bakery in the US is like bread products and pastries. Here, it might be more like a coffee shop, or like even I would even go as far as to say a bakery here can almost mean like an American style restaurant where you might have like some small plates, like some sandwiches and some different dishes. So, you know, I'm trying to get like dessert or something, but they're serving like tuna sandwiches or like salads and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to figure out until but there's only 2 or 3 places we'll check out, and if there's nothing we like there, well, when I was editing my video earlier, I was like, damn, Frank, why didn't you get that bread with whipped cream on it? That was so good. Bread, a whipped cream sandwich. That's exactly what I need to do.
Gross,
Pacific
baby.
Kia. Oh, that's what. Oh, cool. Food store. This is cool. That is not that cheap. What is that? $200? I think that's $200. Please don't touch.
Those grapes look good.
I understand why. Would you like a mango or some apples? I don't even know what those are because they're covered. We got oranges. Musk melon. We could get one of these, right? We could try it, do a video. Oh, that's kind of crazy. It's not 10, that's 100, right? Yeah, that's $100. $100 for a melon. But how much would this be in the US, right? Would it be like 3 times the price? Should we do a video?
I don't know of any stores in the US that are selling melons for $300.
You want it? $100 melon? I mean, it's now or never, right, guys? We got the $15 grapes. That's one type of video, but $100 melon? $100 melon. I feel like when in Japan, like, am I ever going to have a chance to have a $100 melon in my life again? Correct pricing, or if that's like scam pricing. Oh, but that looks good. Raisin stick. Oh, I might get that. Yeah, I think they're making stuff here. They got a kitchen in the back. So that's cream cheese on pan. Assorted on pan. I wonder if these are foreigner prices or like, why do they have a roast beef sandwich? Wagyu Philly cheesesteak. What the fuck? Chocolate cornet. Peanut cornet. Croissant. Oui. Did they make these here? That's exactly what I would want for breakfast. I'll probably get 2 of those. I'm guessing they made this all because this is like fresh bakery. I want to break out my translator and see what's in this though, if there's like other ingredients. There's some curry bread. Ham and cheese sandwich. Yeah, this is an actual legitimate bakery. This is what I was looking for. Melon bread with cream. Cheese meat pie, French toast. Ghana chocolat, apple cube. Should we try the apple cube? That looks good. We're definitely getting that. Apple pie looks good. Nice glaze on there. Alright, yeah, we're gonna have to break out the translator because I don't know what any of these are.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident I could beat Frank, Sverige, and Blaha in a fight at the same time.
We got 2 croissants, we got the sugar cream butter bread thing, and then we got 2 pieces of apple pie. But I think that's like as close as we're gonna get to like what I've been looking for in a bakery. Alright, we got another heated wall, which I'm not going because my body temperature is way too high for me eating that udon. Enough Wagyu and sushi to kill someone. I mean, this isn't. Usually they'll have the English name on it. This doesn't even have the English name on it. I have to translate every single one of them. One of these is probably the other bakery that showed up on Google Maps that I'm looking for. Alright, restaurant's top floor. Men's clothing, floor 5 and 6. Yeah, I don't really know if there's somewhere I could grab a drink real quick because I'm sweating my guts out and I'm overheating. I'm gonna take this sweatshirt off though, that's the very least I can do. Yeah, there's as many bottles of water as there are other white dudes in this whole freaking department store. I don't see any single place to get a drink. Fluffy sponge cake.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Say import the third world, become the third world. Because the thing that nobody wants to say is that the reason why third world countries are the way they are is because third world people are the way they are. Okay, at the end of the day, your country is a reflection of its people. Every country is, when it comes down to it. Somali is totally dysfunctional and corrupt because scam and frauds, piracy, this is part of the lifestyle, part of the culture. Bring it over here, you get the same stuff. This is why we...
Yeah. Sometimes racists are right about certain things, but yeah. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
There's a lot of food down here. There's a lot of food down here.
I don't understand where all these secret kitchens are preparing food for these places. This is crazy. It's like I was at I forgot what it was called. It's like fancy food. The fancy food festival happens like once a year on the East Coast. It's Javits Center, New York. I feel like I'm there right now with all these different vendors. There's like dozens of different. It's a lot of pastries down here, dude. I was complaining about not being able to find a bakery. This is fucking crazy.
I don't even know what to choose from.
I don't know if this is like people buy this stuff for gifts or just I don't know. I mean, there's regular food here too. We got
roast beef. This guy's cooking.
No, there's nowhere to eat. I'm just gonna take all the food home and eat it at home. All right, now we got our fiber.
Dude, he looks like such a fucking weirdo. Like, he looks like he got into a fight and lost. He's wearing a hijab, eating grapes on the corner like a crack addict.
Might have been So, technically, these should be the best grapes I've ever had in my life. Technically. You know how like peaches have fuzz on them? It's like, I don't know if there's dust or something on the outside of these raisins. It's like dry. Nothing's coming off on my fingers. I think it's just the texture of the skin. I can't get over it though. It's almost like the skin of it sticks to your teeth and dries out your mouth. But my fucking forehead veins about to pop. Hey, time flies when you're eating grapes. Pretty like clear white inside. They're not that sweet, but there's no bitterness at all. There's no bitterness at all. The downside is the texture of the skin does throw it off. All right, I'm good, thank you. Very sweet. That girl's very nice. She thinks I'm a homeless man outside the fucking restaurant. Did I miss that? Was I not recording that? So, Mikawaya girl. This girl came out to give me a glass of water thinking I'm like some fucking homeless person. Right? And I'm sitting here eating $40 grapes. Maybe we do need to go to that department store and get some decent looking clothes, right? Eating $4 grapes and drinking fucking $10 juice, and this girl's thinks I'm homeless trying to give me some water. Alright, oh, it is apple juice. There's some stuff on the bottom, which means this might have been sitting for a while. You know, sometimes these gourmet grocery stores, they don't really move product that quickly. Maybe this will be alcohol. That was a joke, hopefully not. It's definitely higher quality apple juice than like Dole canned stuff, but Best By date. Oh, that's not good. It has like a 7-month shelf life. I don't believe that one. How does it have a 7-month shelf life? All right, I had my post meal fruit and juice. I can't complain now. We'll save these for the hotel. This looks good. So we got our bag of sweets. My eyes are way bigger than my stomach. As you guys that have if you guys watch my daily videos, you know that by now. I always order and buy way too much food because I'm always like hungry, but I can't actually eat that much. Yo, maybe I should try. I haven't seen any homeless people on the street in Japan. Maybe that should be my thing. I should just get eye surgeries every few weeks so I look like I got beat up and just sit on the street and ask for money. Should that be my new career? Yeah, so there's this really high-end wall we just came out of. Is this not the paid place to buy a pair of pants and a jacket? Is this like out of my budget? Because I just spent like $40 on grapes and juice. I'm a little out of it. Like, I feel kind of nauseous. I'm not focused. I wasn't paying attention to the prices. They're not too crazy, like, but it's kind of a ripoff. Like you're assuming it's higher quality stuff, which it is higher quality stuff, but not that much higher quality.
Like those grapes were not much better than the other. Well, those other grapes were expensive too, so I can't speak on the fruit part because all the fruits kind of the same quality at the same price. Like these specialty grown fruits and grapes and stuff they have. It's kind of weird because, I mean, in the regular grocery store, they did sell normal fruit, but it didn't seem that popular. Like I don't think Japanese people actually eat.
Looks so terrible.
A lot of fruit outside of the celebration stuff.
Like, how much money has he spent on his face at this point? Like, it's got to be over 100 grand, and he just looks so awful.
I think it's more of like a special thing. I should really go back to the hotel. My eyes are fucked up. I got black spots again. Yeah, we should really go back because I don't think I'm gonna feel good to have time to pick out some clothes. These elevators are kind of fucking crazy. Like these places are so busy, you gotta wait like 10, 15, 20 minutes for the elevator. Yeah, this is like a giant department store. If you guys have a girlfriend or wife and you want to make her very happy, take them to Tokyo with a bunch of money. I'll be lost here for weeks.
I feel like I'm in the wrong spot. What's going on? You guys speak English? No English? Oh, okay.
That says 46,000 yen. What is it, like $1,500 shirt? What is these fucking packs? That can't be right. That can't be right. No, that's right. 71,000. Homely Garb. Did I stumble into like a luxury shirt? No. So I guess it is like a luxury store. I didn't realize it was that much. I thought this was just like kind of like a regular department store. But apparently it's all. I mean, it looks like it's like that. It looks like it's like a really expensive store that you walk into for like $500 shirt. I don't know. I'm not that into fashion though. I don't know I don't know if this is normal pricing or if this is like too much or. But definitely not what I'm looking for. I don't even know these brands. Like if I knew it's hard enough that it's in Japanese. Like I don't know if. Like, is it appropriate pricing? Is it like a tourist trap thing? Is it a trick? I don't know. We could go to Uniqlo or something. I think that's pretty close. You know, this EMF hood might be protecting my brain, but I'm sweating my guts out in this heated department store. Is the women's clothing is overpriced? Like, if you're paying for, I forgot what I got all my Brooks Brothers shirts for, but I got most of them like secondhand. Still new, but secondhand.
Welp. It's that idiotic time of year again when all the animal abusers on Reddit who will be torturing and murdering turkeys for Thanksgiving are crying about IShowSpeed bringing a turkey to a house party. I wish nothing but suffering for all these losers.
Oh, really? Jeez. Wow. Dude, Carnists are the, like, biggest fucking retarded virtue signaling hypocrites. Bringing a turkey to a party is going over the line for them, but torturing and murdering them is fine. And then when you point this out, vegans are gay, nature, circle of life, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's just what they do. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer. I didn't even hear about that one, but, like, Jesus Christ, it's fucking insane. Ugh. I gotta go pee-pee again. I'll be right back.
All right. I don't think I ever paid more than like 30 or 40 bucks for a Brooks Brothers dress shirt. You know, then I paid like 20 bucks to tailor it or whatever. Same with the slacks. Like, how can you justify paying a few $100 for something? Really crowded now. It's around 2:30 after lunchtime. Pretty crowded, at least crowded compared to what I'm used to seeing here so far. I can't imagine being in those tourist trap areas. What is it? Shinjuku and Shibuya. Look at how many clothes are on the walls. Like, you're supposed to know your size or some shit. Why? Oh, those are more expensive. Up. 1 floor up and see if there's anything else. Otherwise, maybe I'll just grab like. Maybe we'll just grab like. But sometimes I'll splurge. Like I'll buy Carhartt socks. But then, like even when I buy the expensive stuff, it still sucks. Like they don't last anyway. Like even when I get the more expensive stuff, or like you get the best, like I Google like, oh, what's here, and online it says they're like 120. So, good spot to get this stuff, or is there somewhere else that's even better? Establishments. You know, like okay, Bottega or whatever might just rip everyone off and have the same price for everyone. Because you want in that public bathroom, I don't want to track that stuff around. So we got our Japanese boy outfit for tomorrow, I guess, right? What about that tomorrow? Finish off our Spanish water to hydrate. Okay, so we have the butter pastry, we have apple pie, and we have croissants. And the croissants, I'm going to just save for when I'm hungry in the middle of the night or something, because this is not as much of a dessert as it is like a regular food. But these, which are more like dessert, I will try now. I have a feeling this isn't going to be that sweet. Just a lot of butter. I don't know if I'm going to actually like this. I feel like I wanted that whipped cream thing from 7-Eleven more than this. People barely eat or drink anything, so when they put some sugar and butter on bread, and they call it dessert. I mean, it's really fresh, so it's delicious, but it's nothing crazy. It's like sake fermented bread or something. I'm not even mad. I don't think I've eaten this bread before. Alright, that was pretty good. Nice and plain. Dessert like that, probably not going to upset your stomach. Just a little bit of butter, a little bit of sugar, fresh bread. This, however, this is kind of dense. This apple pie. Why would I expect the Japanese to know how to make apple pie? Why would I expect? The filling's nice. The filling's not that sweet. It's just fresh apple flavor. No, it's not too sweet. Not too heavy. A little bit of sugar, a little bit of butter here and there. Nice and fresh, very high quality. It's a good dessert. Come on, dude. How do you brag about having a bakery since 1869 and your best dessert is some butter and sugar on a piece of bread? Push my eyes out more. I don't know. I mean, they look better, but like I feel like there's definite improvement, but they're not fixed yet. So hopefully wake up before dinner time. Yeah, because if you push my eyes out more, I don't know. Moving the eyelids doesn't help, because like doing that doesn't make my eyes look any better. Yeah, it's definitely the eye positioning. Now, yeah, I don't know.
He is never gonna be.
I see how much better my eyes look just if I make my left eye symmetrical.
He is never gonna be happy. It's just gonna be surgery after surgery.
Cool, right? They already look a lot better. Just if I lift my left eyelid up to match my right eyelid, it makes a big difference. Makes a big difference. Alright, so it's up to like 10:30. So there's only like 1 or 2 places open. I'm just heading downstairs to catch a taxi to one of them before they close for dinner. My phone's like at 40%, so I don't think I'm gonna record. I thought I had my phone plugged in charging, but I didn't. And I don't want it to die like when I'm out, because I will not be able to find my way back. Alright, I guess I was wrong. The place is closed. Filling beef soup with rice and an egg, which I don't really want. I think this is like one. I don't think my cold egg is. I thought like much as this seems healthy compared to like normal food. It's very, very B vitamin draining. White rice, high carb, sugar, and just having beef. I don't think it's enough to keep up, but you stop. Some type of snacks. Some type of snacks. Google Play. Gift card. That's, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it's really easy just whenever you want something, like, especially in the context of my diet, just getting beef and rice or noodles and rice or something healthy that's quick and affordable, that you won't feel like crap eating. It's reasonably accessible. And then the 7-Elevens and the Family Marts and stuff that actually have edible food in them, like, I have a feeling it's not like that in most countries. Family Mart. This doesn't look as good. Doesn't look as good. What's all this? Pens and stuff? Excuse me. Calories, because I've been fucking deprived over here. Did they take all the plain ones? That says whipped cream, but it looks like there's more on it. My wife just passed by. Sorry, I'll get some stilts with my cute outfit. We'll be good. I have freaking pineapple juice all over my hand. I have a wet wipe, but I don't want to touch my phone with this hand, and I gotta drink my apple juice, so I can't touch my phone. After I drink the apple juice, we can strategically use the wet wipe.
Why is he eating outside like a fucking weirdo?
I feel autistic, like I can't get this fucking carton open.
Dodo Donatellers, when was the last time you ate any junk food? Can you give me the best estimate you can, please? I guess for Isaac's birthday, I just had some Chinese food. That was like a month ago now. So yeah, we had deep fried mushrooms, tofu balls, and the like kung pao chicken stuff. That's pretty much the closest to what I'd consider junk food. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Yeah, I think this is just pressed and pasteurized, which is different than American apple juice. Usually, they'll filter it if they're going to pasteurize it. But if they press it, they usually leave it raw. So this is the opposite of how it's usually made in America. Yeah, so I'll explain that again. So normally apple juice in America, the conventional stuff is like pasteurized and filtered, and they remove like the solids. Yeah, look, see, like my left eye, my right eye looks kind of straight. My right eye looks kind of straight, but my left eye's pointing in. It's either one or the other, like, so this guy definitely didn't fix my eyes. The tracking is still fucked up. I mean, this is kind of our last resort, guys. Like, if this guy can't fix my fucking eyes, we're screwed. I'm out of money. No one else does these types of operations. All right, let's go see if we want one of those things from Lawson. My hopes and dreams are crushed, dude. The cream bun has, like, everything in it that's bad for you. Like vegetable oil, chemicals, preservatives. It's fucking horrendous. I will definitely be sick if I eat that. I will definitely be sick if I eat that. Or better off just eating the pastries we bought earlier. I should just buy a fucking... I mean, I'm craving cream. Should I just buy a fucking carton of cream and just fucking drink it? Will that solve all our problems? Let's reevaluate our craving situation. Drink yogurt, plain. Honestly, maybe that's it. Maybe we should just have some yogurt. Maybe that's what we need. See how well behaved the Japanese ladies are, dude. Sausage is fully in stock. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Seems to be cheese. Oh, what about these? Just last words. I think we'll be okay. Sign up recording. Hokkaido milk cream cake roll. Expiration date 5 days from now, which is a good thing because that means like this is fresh. Am I like just gonna eat whipped cream? Is that what this is? It's exactly what I imagined it to be. It's everything I wanted and more. But it's a little soggy, I will say. It's a little soggy, and after eating ice cream, I feel like I'm gonna be sick. Like, this is way too rich. When you're full, the cake seems soggy, like, has a bit of an off flavor. This doesn't seem bad. Oh, it says it on the front. I don't know why I'm trying to read the label so badly. iron, calcium, zinc, copper, magnesium. So the reason I'm not going to grab this is because of the iron and the copper might give me a bad headache. If this was just like calcium, zinc, and magnesium, vitamin and the vitamin C for tomorrow morning. So it's what I don't usually like eating in the morning. This guy better fucking fix me. Hopefully he can do a second procedure. I feel like they look pretty much the same. I really don't know what this guy did. I think they're definitely more stable, and my vision seems more stable. But he didn't add enough tissue to the medial wall yet. Still not there. All right, so tomorrow there was a medical clinic actually right by where I was today. For some reason, closed on Wednesdays. The day I happened to be there. They're like closed Sunday and Wednesday for some reason. So tomorrow we're gonna go to the medical clinic and try to sort this oxygen situation out. One, to see if I can even get some oxygen now, just so I feel a little better, and two, mainly for the flight home. Because even if I can't get an oxygen tank or like some Japanese oxygen machine, I do need them to write a letter to the airline to allow me to use the machine.
The fuck? He needs an oxygen tank?
On the flight. Or I could just like charge back my credit card and switch to American Airlines or something. I've never fucking had any issues bringing medical oxygen on a plane. And exactly what happened. They didn't let me use the oxygen on the plane, and they had to fucking wheelchair me through immigration. It's fucking... I was like, oh. As soon as I went to pull out my oxygen machine, like...
Wow. This dude is such a Karen. He made them pull him out in a wheelchair because he didn't have oxygen, which he doesn't need and doesn't do anything for him? What the fuck?
Halfway through the flight. And she was like, oh, no, you can't use this. I was like, all right, I won't use it. Hopefully you're not wheelchairing me off the plane later. Hopefully I'll pass out. Seems to be, I'm reading these medical forms, seems to be a pretty common issue. There's a high percentage of people who cannot tolerate and these airlines know it, like, and for some reason they're not making their, and there's plenty of stories online of people getting oxygen deprivation and very sick from long flights, especially to Asia and stuff. So these airlines are aware of it. It's just, I guess they haven't addressed it because it doesn't affect every single person.
All right, well,
what a
really bad from like 1 in the morning till like 10:15. I was on my computer a few hours last night doing some work and stuff. All right, so we just woke up. Not feeling so hot. I think, again, it's the vertigo from the surgery. I don't have a headache. I just took some of... This isn't actually just male virility. I mixed in, like... What did I put in here? I put in the immune strength, I put in the third eye, and male virility in this, just so I only had to bring one bottle with me overseas. And the way I did this was I dumped out 3 bottles into a bowl, and then just filled them back up. And then they each had the mixture in them. So I had a little bit of that. I should probably take more, to be honest. I got this vitamin C drink. I took a quick look at it the other day. To my understanding, it's like components of lemon with sugar, so... Tastes really good, though. It's like a sweet lemon soda. And then this one, I'm not sure if I should take this one. It's B vitamins, amino acids. Is it going to give me insomnia? Am I going to want to come take a nap later? Like, is it going to give me a headache? Ooh. There's a very strong smell of B vitamins. Bro, it tastes like straight medicine. Yeah, I mean, I know what B vitamins taste like. It tastes like B vitamins. The reason I liked it was because it had carnitine, taurine, and then the B vitamins. And when I checked it last night in my ice cream haze, it wasn't dosed high enough. At least I thought it wasn't dosed high enough to give me a headache.
What a weirdo.
I also have a probiotic. I'm gonna make sure to take this with both meals today, because I did have a hard time sleeping last night after eating that. All nights my sleep has been okay, besides last night. Most likely because I had that dairy and cream that I shouldn't have had. I just, haven't felt like as good in the morning, and as good in general. So I'm gonna try to keep my vitamin intake up, especially with me not having my own vitamins. Because normally when I'm at home, I'll have like the B complex every day, and I'll have vitamin B1 with every meal to make sure that my high starch and high carb intake isn't causing any issues. I guess the important thing: how do our eyes look? They look the fucking same, bro. They look the fucking same. I feel like my eyes kind of look the same, dude. If not very, it's like when we had the reconstruction in May, they looked maybe 20% better, and then this guy did the reconstruction.
they look, what, maybe 10% better? They're still too close together. I don't even know if, like, the mirror is not a better metric, you know? They definitely look a little better. You know, are they back to normal? I don't think so. So, I mean, hopefully, what does it say now? It's already Thursday. So, when we have our consultation Saturday, so hopefully this guy says he can do more Saturday. Otherwise, I'll be very upset. Because this is kind of our last resort. Like, I don't know what I can do after this. Spent all my money, spoke to every doctor that'll help me, so if this guy doesn't want to do more, then I don't know what to do.
Who is watching the goats?
I have no idea. I'm assuming one of his employees or something, but yeah. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking getting those goats. Thanks for the donation, James.
I'll tell you 100% right now, based on my eye positioning and like how I feel where my eyes are gravitating towards, there's still not enough support in the medial wall here. This part of the inside of my eye needs a lot more support, which will bring the eyes exactly where they need to be. I'm 100% sure that's what it is. In hindsight, maybe like before the surgery, I should have told him that, because he was focused on bringing my eyes forward, right? He's focused on bringing my eyes forward. And, you know, you would guess the way you do that is you add stuff in the back to try to push them forward. But that's not really as important as bringing them apart. So maybe if I had told him I want my eyes to be further apart, which is really what I want, the approach would have been different. So hopefully he can do another procedure.
Why wouldn't he have said that to the doctor? Like, if that was his main concern, why wouldn't he have said that?
Because, and I definitely don't want to have to leave and come back here. I'd be very upset if I have to do that too. You know, it's been 2 years of my life. Just laying in bed most of the day. I don't know, I gotta have the benefit of the doubt here, because I can't, like obviously if he's going to perform a medial reconstruction, like, I have to assume my eyes are going to be further apart. Like, it's not my fault for not telling him that. Like, if he...
It is your fault for not telling him that.
He shows me an x-ray and he says, oh, we're going to fix the outer and inner. I shouldn't go and say, oh, make sure to add a lot more to the medial wall. No, I shouldn't say that, because that, if anything, that'd be a bad thing. Like, if anything, that'd be too much. You know, you would assume if he's reconstructing, the specific conversation we had was, oh, he's going to try to reconstruct the wall to what it was originally, to what it should be. Okay, and if he was going to do that, I shouldn't have to say anything extra, you know? I shouldn't have to be like, oh, make sure my eyes are further apart. But I'm not going to worry about it too much. This guy did have a similar patient to me, and he did say he had to do multiple procedures on her. So the fact that he was willing to do multiple procedures on this other patient, like the first procedure, he moved her eyes forward, and then she wanted more, so he did more. And then I think he did a third soft tissue procedure. So he seems willing to have done it on her. However, she didn't have as many, what I am concerned about, she didn't have as many issues as me. They had to put me back to sleep 3 times. They had a hard time with me in the surgery, so I don't know if he's reluctant to do another procedure because of that. That's another possibility. I mean, a lot of people, are, like, after that first video I posted, like, a few dozen people DM me asking who the doctor was. And I'm not going to tell you the doctor because he didn't fix my eyes yet. Yeah, I'll tell you the doctor, but he didn't fix my eyes yet. They're not fixed. They're pretty much the same as before. So hopefully this doctor can help me. If not, it's whatever. And even if I did tell him to add extra tissue immediately here, would he have done it, you know? Also, is it better to do it in 2 stages? That's another question. Is it better to do these procedures in multiple stages so you don't do too much movement at once? I don't know. Probably it's probably a much easier procedure doing that. At least you would assume. Because they reconstructed the lateral, they reconstructed the inner, and now if they just have to do like the front part here, is that going to be a lot easier? Because it's not as, it's just more accessible. I don't know. All right, let me take a shower. Get dressed. See how we feel. If we want to eat first, we'll go to the medical clinic first. Sort out this oxygen thing. Definitely have some calcium, vitamin D, vitamin K interaction issues. Definitely have some mineral imbalances.
Yeah.
I was trying to fix it when
This guy is such a hypochondriac.
I was at home for a few months, but I just had so much... When I got my tanning bed, I felt better, but I just had too many negative things going on in my life, too much stress. Still have to go back home to all those insurance claims. I still don't get paid for my car. I have the roof uncovered. The roof, dude. Fucking might not have a roof for 4 months. We couldn't get the roof finished. Honestly, I shouldn't have got the surgery now. I should have waited till December. I should have stayed home and finished my roof. Because now there's no roof on my house. Fucking insurance company dropped me. I don't have insurance on my house. God forbid something happens. So I'm just trying to get some emergency insurance coverage right now. Hopefully, we'll go to the consultation. He's going to do another procedure. We'll get that done. And then if things go well, we'll continue vlogging after. I think the medium would have been a little tight.
I mean, this is large, so this fits a little loose, but I think the medium would have been like way, well, maybe not. Maybe the medium would have fit nice. I don't know. Because that waist size is definitely 32. Hat or something, or gray hat, it would look nicer with this, but we only have one color on Wi-Fi showing now because the sales haven't been clinic, and they just, I don't know how the oxygen thing works here, but this girl recommended I go to St. Luke's Hospital, which is like a 10-minute cab right away, so I guess we should just eat breakfast or something first before going to the hospital because I don't feel so hot. Then again, am I going to feel better or worse after eating? I definitely need some water or something. I guess let's play it safe and let's get something to eat, and then we'll go to the hospital because that might take an hour or two. Alright, so...
Did you get more alcohol? Oh no, just mineral water.
Alright, so we went to the udon place that was closed last night, but they were actually sold out of noodles at like 12:30, like before lunch even really starts. So, but there was another place right across the street that's kind of nice and small. Had to order on the phone using this. Italian water, miracle, some actual water. And we got a beef udon, and we got a Wagyu dish. It's like $15. I can't say no. Because in New York I'd be getting bled dry, but here it's a lot more affordable. But like I could spend $10 on lunch and have a really good high quality lunch, or get the Wagyu too. But usually like one portion it ends up not being enough because I only eat like once or twice a day. So actually it was just like it looks like a thicker beef sauce. Pull it off. So that was not that enjoyable because I'm basically eating like plain Wagyu beef with plain, and it's a no-brainer. Like there's a lot of plastic contamination. Types of like snacks, jerky. Clean my teeth. These apples are not good, dude. Look at that piece of apple. I don't know if this has been sitting. It's gonna try it. What I don't fucking know. Alright, this quest for bottled water and glass is gonna have to probably, I can't really tell what because it's barely any different. They only had like 5 things of that coconut milk in stock, like these 5 tiny boxes of coconut milk. Not supermarket open to them. Stores, I think they're all the same. No, I think this. I forgot that. I guess the best bet is maybe if we find a supermarket or a grocery store in oh, they got 2 rows of coconut water here. We lucked out. Soy sauce in there so it's darker, but it might be there. What does that say? 8 to 2,300 hours? We could come back. Hopefully they're open after we have dinner at the other. The amount of stuff and how neat everything is. I'm having a very difficult time figuring this out. I definitely walked into the wrong restaurant because this is like, I would say in New York they would call this like a tapas place. Burgers and stuff. When I got here I was thinking of China where like, you can't really taste the fish. It's just tiny female fish that had eggs. I guess yeah, tiny pregnant female fish. It wasn't just the fried eggs. Of the eyes caused by excessive decompression, and the only way to fix my eye alignment is to balance off a little. My eyes is fucking, one eye looks straight, the other eye looks way in. They're just a little, the alignment's off a little bit. They're too close together. And it's not a strabismus. It's not a lazy eye issue because the eyes are in focus. When you have, the eyes are in focus. If the eyes are out of focus, then it is a strabismus. It is a muscle issue. I don't even know why I'm addressing this. We've had fucking 4 strabismus surgeries. It's not strabismus. Misalignment of the eyes caused by excessive decompression. And the only way to fix my eye alignment is to, they need to just build the medial wall more than they did. So we're going to walk to a sukiyaki restaurant, which to my understanding is beef and rice bowls. We're not just like how they built everything. Yeah, a few. I wonder if there's any coconut in here. It tastes like coconut. I didn't read the ingredients. New plants. My eyes look the fucking kind of the same. Like no brainer should have. But I did have it with breakfast today, and usually the probiotic lasts the whole day. It's not just the first meal. Alright, I'm stopped. I'm gonna take my like pants and socks off. I'm probably about to overheat. Get hot as fuck. Made it through another day. Oh, I feel sick. Was it 3 beers at 3 different places you read at? Possibly.
Dude, just watching Frank is making me feel sick. I don't know how this guy gets through life. Like, holy fuck. Like, no wonder he has no friends. This guy is fucking intolerable.
This guy took out the old implants, put in new implants. My eyes look the fucking kind of the same. I don't know what happened, but I'll ask him Saturday. I should be in fucking jail. However, I'll ask him to take him out Saturday. It's fucking ridiculous. Look, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're telling me.
There's no way that's helping. There's no way that's making my face look better. No possible way. Dude, it's always fucking something, dude. I'm in my t-shirt and underwear. Minimal EMF protective gear. And I'm sweating my guts out because this hotel only has one central system. They can only put heat or AC on, and they have the heat on. So I can't run the fan, I can't run the AC, and I'm fucking sweating my guts out in here. There's hot air coming through the vent. I can't fucking breathe. I got my oxygen machine on. There's no airflow in this goddamn room, dude. You can't open the window in this room. They're gonna have to switch my room. Hopefully I can make it through the night. They're gonna switch my room tomorrow to one that can open a window. It's always fucking something, dude. This hotel is not that cheap, dude. Like, I'm not fucking...
Oh my god.
This is a fucking newly built hotel, and the fucking HVAC company must have shysted them. Like, what kind of fucking retarded shit is that? If you have a central system, and you can only switch between heat and AC, that means that so you have to run another set of ducts. But this doesn't make any fucking sense to me, because there's what looks like some type of mini split system there, and then there's a separate vent there. So I don't fucking get it. I don't understand. Why do you have two vents? Like, maybe the hotel staff doesn't know how to operate it. If you have two separate vents, then you can assume one is the central system and one is the room system. That I'm pretty sure it's separate. I'm pretty sure they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm pretty sure that is a mini split that can cool or heat each individual hotel room, and that is the central system that dictates the temperature in the entire room. So the hotel will set whatever their thermostat is with that vent, and then that should be controlled separately by the... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but this doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Is that just a fan that's connected to the same... The only explanation would be that that's just connected to the same vent system and it's a fan. That could just be the intake.
This is the most baffling individual who's ever existed. Bro, like, it's... Like, it's funny how, like, we're the only community of people who are aware of his existence. Like, you'd think he'd become lolcow status, where everyone checks in on him to see what retarded shit he's up to.
But that has an intake and a fan. I'm going to try to lay down and get some sleep. But I can't, because I'm sweating my guts out, because I have to wear this EMF protective gear on my head. And it's too hot in here. Get some New York vibes today, dude. It's 70 degrees out. It's hot.
Like, take the fucking thing off, then, if you're too hot. Like, he's so insane.
Smell like car fumes and piss. Can't fucking
He doesn't need oxygen. He's just a hypochondriac.
breathe. Two things I still don't get. One is all these retail storefronts that are clearly getting product shipped in from somewhere else. So, like, are they actually making money? I don't understand. Are they able to afford being like a middleman on the product? And because, like, on Frankie's Serious Meat, I could never do that. Like, you have to have like some weird like control over social media, or like some BS marketing, like some bullshit marketing budget that's way too high. That's the only way you'd make any money, because your profit margin is like 1 o'clock. So yesterday when we went to that other place at like 12:30, she was sold out already. That was I was actually thinking last night, I'm sure one of my Amish buddies could send me some horse meat if I wanted to. I'm sure some of them are eating it, or they probably even have some in one of their freezers. And how you would get it. I'll try the leanest piece first. I'm gonna have the heat on these hotel rooms, otherwise I'll be sitting a few bites of fruit, some apples, some grape. If I can feel a little better, and then maybe we'll have to change the room because the window doesn't open. I had to walk in. It's like kind of like a CVS, except they sell like supplements. Maybe a temperature. We tried the horse meat yesterday. A little more beef on top, but like no vegetables that I have to take out. Oh, that was kind of bland. The desk is over there instead of there, but this desk serves as the nightstand. So in this room, they removed the nightstand. And then so we'll go get. I just don't feel good today. Royal milk tea, matcha. I think pistachio might be the only normal flavor here. Raspberry, you might see that in a normal gelato shot. Honey yogurt, and I guess this must be vanilla and chocolate. So if those are vanilla and chocolate, then maybe it's not too far off. That was pretty terrible. I bet you I can make a better gelato in a 7-Eleven. You can change all of these factors up. You guys like that sounding right? It's fucking actually probably messed up my stomach, but I can't believe they tried to sell me that bullshit. I'm sweating my guts out here. It's like 57 today, but if I didn't wear like I did want to try it because it was udon, but it's selling out doesn't make much sense. It's better, but I think that might just be because they're so yesterday, but I was out of commission the whole day, dude. Like 24 plus hours. Like, was that the day we went to 3 places? They found this vlog. I think I can feel it in my brain. I think I just left instead of eating that, which made me sick. I smell fish, dude. I complain about that room all the time. It's fucked. I just gotta get them to open the window in there either way. Either way, the fresh air has to be messed up the past few days because I've kind of just been filming when I want to, mostly when I leave the hotel to go eat. There's only been like want another bowl or you want something. It's just really quick. I think there's like some leftover dish soap or udon. Your recipe video. Tomorrow's the last day before my surgery, and the surgery's in the morning, so I I can't film it all tomorrow because my laptop's going to take a while to render and upload this. So yeah, we'll go upload the footage tonight. We'll try to
Well, sounds like we're gonna have another Frank surgery vlog coming soon in the next few days. So we got that to look forward to. Alright, so here's some Natty cringe.
Chest up, shoulders back. This is Revival Fitness. Those of you that don't know, a lot of you are young and you were not around for this, but Scott Herman is an OG in really like the truest sense. I mean, he was popular before Athlean X. Like whenever I started in the gym, almost.
Yeah, I've been to Disney World before. It's been a while, but I remember it being a lot of fun.
10 years ago, Scott had millions of views. He used to do very basic exercise tutorials that used to be YouTube Fitness a long time ago. Now it's turned into the drama slop farm that it is today, and that I proudly participate in, but such is life. You can make the same case for every niche, every activity, as it expands more and more, and especially as the internet progresses, everything sort of devolves in that sense. And the guy that made the original video, he goes by Runvis. He is a relative newcomer to the scene. He got really big on Instagram earlier this year, making fun of the so-called science-based lifters. I don't think I've ever spoken to Scott beyond a couple YouTube comments. I've spoken to Runvis briefly on Instagram, but I've never had really extensive conversations or history with either of these guys.
All right, guys, unfortunately, it's time to shut it down. I've been training consistently for 27 years.
That is nearly as long as I've been alive.
I was 14 years old, just turned 41 last month.
I gotta give Scott credit. He looks very young for 41.
This video right here, it's a trend, and you guys have probably seen this trend where you basically wake up in the morning where you're feeling kind of flat, you don't put any kind of special lighting or anything like that, and you do a 360 and you talk about how old you are, how long you've been training. And you guys have known me for the past 16 years on YouTube. I always preach staying natural. Stay natural as long as you can, guys. It's not worth the risk. But of course,
it absolutely is worth the risk because if you're not an idiot, there's basically zero risk. Yeah, you don't need to blast grams of gear like an open pro bodybuilder. All you need is a little bit of test to give you a boost, and if you want to go further, you always can, but most people will be perfectly happy on just a bit of test. So why bother?
Of course, if you want to hop on gear, that's totally fine. And I have seen plenty of the guys that have taken my advice to get started and continue to progress, eventually jump on gear and then take it to the next level and even go and compete.
So he's not taking the entire virtue signaling, moral superiority angle that seems to have gone off the wayside a fair amount in recent years. There are still some people that make that their brand identity, and they will totally flip-flop on that as convenient whenever they can be business associates and friends with people that take gear, even openly. They totally turn a blind eye then. They're not superior then. The drug users are not.
Someone who has acne-prone skin, how should they take tests without triggering it a lot? Well, for one thing, again, you don't need to take massive doses of test. Just start off with a little bit, see how you do, and then if you don't have any side effects and you want to see if you can push things a bit further, take a little bit more. And if you don't got any side effects or nothing, and you want to see how far you can push it, you can do a little bit more, and then, you know, figure out what your limit and tolerance is. There is a transition period too, where your body does have to get used to exogenous hormones. So it's always a good idea to just start off with a little bit, let your body get used to it for the first couple months, and then push the doses higher. I started off with 30 milligrams test-cypionate per day. That was probably a little too high at first. I should have probably started with like around 140. Because I was actually developing gynecomastia. After I think 2 weeks is when I like felt it. The gland was becoming inflamed, and I was actually getting sharp pains in my nipples. So what I did was I lowered the dose, and I took Arimidex. I took 1 milligram 2 days in a row, and then over 3 days, I think I pushed the dose back up. And then I was fine after that. So your body does have to get used to it, and like your body has like natural processes for managing your hormones and everything, and it has to adjust from switching over to endogenous production to just getting it exogenously. So you just start off with a low dose. I would say average person should probably just start off with 140 milligrams a week, which I think is 20 milligrams per day. Yeah, 20 milligrams per day. Do that for at least a month, probably 2 months just to be safe. And then, again, up the dose. Once everything seems to level out, be fine, you get your blood work done. Also, daily injections help a lot. If you're only injecting once or twice a week, you're going to have like big hormonal fluctuations. It's not just the total serum androgen load that triggers things like acne. It's also the fluctuations going up and down. So when you massively increase the amount of test in your system, and then it dips back down, and then it jumps back up, then it dips back down, that's usually where you see side effects like acne. So if you inject daily, you typically don't see that. You can also take supplements like zinc and calcium D-glucarate. That helps to inhibit aromatization, and that can also help prevent acne. But yeah, that's the two biggest things. Just starting off with a low, safe, tolerable dose and injecting daily, and that will likely prevent those sorts of side effects. Aside from that, just make sure your diet is good. If you have a shitty diet and you're eating lots of junk food, a lot of like oily crap, a lot of processed sugar, that's also going to trigger acne. So like if steroids, kind of increase your propensity for acne, and you have some like junk food in your diet, that might push you over the edge. So make sure your diet is very clean, and also just make sure you shower regularly. Keep yourself clean. A lot of people are used to like maybe, not showering on days where they don't train. They figure, oh, I'm not sweating that much, I just won't shower today, I'll shower tomorrow. You might have to just shower every day. And you might also like have to change your shirt or something to prevent like some acne from forming. So, just basic things like that. So just stay on top of your hygiene, clean diet, and then, daily injections, and just proper supplementation. I definitely recommend a zinc supplement, but if you're prone to acne, you might also want to take calcium D-glucarate.
Not bad people then. I called it out almost 5 years ago at this point, but the so-called noble natties are completely full of shit. They always have been. Now that said, as an overall message, encouraging people to stay natural does make sense.
And before I hit play here, guys, right? He's been training for about I don't know
You
how long.
know, the Noble Natty people are like fucking actually crazy. Like NH is just a fucking whack job. So's I'd say NH and Atlas Power Shrugged are probably the two biggest whack jobs. They're either gonna get to a point where they're just left behind and no one gives two fucking shits about them. Because like again, their physiques aren't gonna improve, like especially NH. The guy doesn't know how to diet and train properly. He has not made any progress at all in years. There's plenty of natural lifters who are making progress. I was making progress before I hopped on. What's it called? Alpha Destiny. He's still hitting PRs and shit all the time. But NH, like, he doesn't really train very well or that hard, and it's just ridiculous. Like, the guy went on a bulk and gained a pretty decent amount of body fat and, like, zero progress. Like, at least when I did the bulk, I benched 410, clearly gained a lot of muscle. He is just going nowhere. Atlas Power Shrugged, as far as I can tell, at least in terms of strength, I don't think he's really progressed much. He's older though, so, but like he does seem to have made some physique improvements. I don't know to what extent exactly because he doesn't really show much footage of him actually training or anything. So again, when you have dudes who don't even show their physique progress or training, I don't know. There are some good progress pics I've seen of him online though. NH, like, he's just cooked. So like, they're either going to be left behind, everyone else is going to hop on gear, and like look at the popularity of people like Trend Twins and shit. They've talked about how their social media blew up as soon as they hopped on gear. Like, people want to see impressive physiques. They want to see you make PRs, shit like that. All these naturals are just going to get left behind. Everyone else is going to figure out, oh, I can take steroids safely, make progress, look way better than all the naturals, and they're just going to get more attention, more money. That's what this is all about at the end of the day. So you don't have to work a normal job. Or they're going to have to eat crow, as Jason Genova would put it. And it wouldn't surprise me, actually, if NH just did a complete flip-flop and hopped on gear. Because, especially in the coming years, like, so many fucking people now are kind of waking up and realizing, like, the natural thing's fucking stupid. No one cares at this point of being natural, especially, like, the younger generation of kids, that are getting on social media and going on Instagram, YouTube, looking for fitness advice. Especially them, like, none of them fucking care, so... Yeah, these people who are the Noble Natties, like, they're either just going to be cool with getting left behind and they have to get normal fucking jobs and shit, or, they're gonna get with the times and realize they're fucking stupid.
He's been training, but I guess after 3.5 years, he hopped on gear, and this is his transformation.
I don't know the specifics of his timeline either, but I do believe he's been on gear for at least 2 to 3 years now, maybe a bit more, but he is open about it. He has been from day one, as far as I can tell. And as I've said,
I wonder if he had a gynecomastia surgery or something. His nipples look way different. Could just be from being fat, but his nipples look way fucking different.
I can give props to anybody that is totally honest about using, because that in the fitness industry, even now...
Same's Jaffire donated $2. Have you heard about liver stem cell regeneration being halted when running supraphysiological doses of androgens? Well, it's not just liver that can happen to, but I think that's the only thing that's being studied. Basically, what happens is the stem cells that would normally go to like tissue repair of something like your liver, what ends up happening is those stem cells end up being used for anabolism. So if you're sending an anabolic signal to your muscles like crazy from supraphysiological doses of steroids, those stem cells aren't going to reach your liver and help with liver repair. But yeah, I'm aware of that. Anything above TRT might not be safe long term. Blood work doesn't capture this. Skip to 101:35 for the clip. Was this Kurt Havens? Oh no, that's his buddy. Kurt Havens has talked about this. I think this is really just a concern if you're regularly running orals.
Is heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease. One interesting thing that I brought to like the science community was the fact that we know that the liver regenerates itself to a degree. We have stem cells that allow our liver to repair itself. If you take a supraphysiological level of hormones or androgens, that supraphysiological response in your liver stops the infiltration of these mesenchymal stem cells into your liver. Now, this is research that occurs in mice, but in terms of physiology, it's not that hard to extrapolate to humans that there's quite a high risk there with.
Yeah, so if this research is only being done on mice, I wouldn't really put too much anything on it. Humans are much better at tissue repair and DNA repair than rats, so that's one of the big problems with a lot of this longevity research. You know, you've heard like low protein diets increasing longevity in mice. That's not the case with human beings. In fact, there seems to be a lot of evidence to the opposite, that higher protein diets in humans are beneficial for longevity. So, yeah, I wouldn't really put much... I wouldn't really, you know, say this is really good evidence that you should just come off. Like, there's probably better reasons to lower your dose to like a low cruise or TRT dose, but that this would be one of the weaker arguments.
Where we see anecdotally reports of hepatocarcinoma developing in bodybuilders and what potentially is happening there.
Yeah, they're on high doses of orals. I've seen that happen a lot. There's I don't know why. It's probably because they're afraid of needles or something, but I've seen so many Andreas Munzer, what's his name? There's another bodybuilder who talked about a training partner of his. Why can't I remember the guy's name? Anyway, anecdotally, you can see this all the time. They're like these weird ass bodybuilders who are afraid of needles or something, and they rely heavily on orals. They'll like just do Dianabol in super high doses, like basically year long. And they'll never use injectables. And I've seen a lot of those dudes get liver cancer. So it's not fucking steroids, period, that's causing liver cancer. They're on fucking high doses of orals year long, and they never fucking come off. Like, that's what's causing the liver cancer.
Someone abuses a high dose of steroids for a very long period, competitive bodybuilders, some of the oral steroids have known oral toxicity and liver toxicity, that they move from a really high dose, which historically was called blasting, to cruising, which was basically a lower dose, although it wasn't as high, it was still a super physiological dose. That some of these liver problems then were occurring because you never come back to this physiological level. And one of the pieces of education I tried to make guys aware of was you've got two choices. You either do a cycle, a super physiological cycle, and then the other reverse of it is TRT, or a physiological replacement of androgens to your body, or come off. Most people won't though. And what you're trying to do there is replicate that physiological environment to allow these stem cells to do their job. And so that has been,
I've heard Kurt Havens make a similar argument, but the fucking liver cancer from steroids, that's entirely due to running high doses of orals like constantly. I think it was Roman who talked about it. What's his name? It was Roman something. Fuck. It might have been Wiped, because I think it was on Chase Iron's channel. I am not sure. He's German. Roman something. Roman Fritz. He was talking about it. A buddy of his. He was doing like a D-ball only cycle or something. I don't know if it was in this.
See, but I train once.
And it's better if people know. I think it's better just if people know.
Yeah.
Because they have to know what they're getting into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be horrible if you start on 500 milligrams and 10 milligrams of trend per day, right? 70 milligrams a week. And then you can't even get to the, the national level. And then you just feel a little bit jaded. Like, I thought this is what was required. No. I mean, the biggest I ever got was like on 2,500 milligrams a test, So, and that's, so what kind of advice are we talking about? Like, not naming any names, but it's just like the weird stuff that we as the audience kind of hear through the grapevine, like the injectable adenosine monophosphate and the insulin loading before getting on stage and high dosages of trip.
Yeah, I think it was on Chase Iron's channel. It might have gotten nuked. Yeah, he had a buddy who would literally only do D-ball, and he ended up getting liver cancer. But yeah, I've seen a few dudes who would run like only orals, and they ended up getting liver cancer. So the whole thing of having to go to like a TRT dose to repair your liver, if the only research on this is on rats and the only like anecdotal examples you can show are dudes who just constantly run orals, like I don't think there's really anything to it. Thanks for the Nation the Sames, Jaffire.
Is Frank back in the States? How much has this cost him? I dream that all those murdered Japanese animals take him. Smiley face emoji, steamer locomotive emoji, cool face emoji, musical notes emoji, dancer emoji.
I'm not entirely sure if he's back in the States yet. I don't know. I think he might still be in Japan for a little while, recovering from that surgery. Thanks for the donation though, James. And I know it's cost him a lot.
I've been vegan for 10 years and recently came across the first anti-vegan argument in years that I have no idea how to respond to. Can you debunk this guy?
I'm sure this will just be stupid.
Ever wondered why you've never seen a vegetable growing in nature? Well, that's because vegetables aren't a real natural plant. In fact, broccoli didn't exist until around 2,500 years ago. Carrot.
There are edible vegetables that grow wild.
They didn't exist until 1,000 years ago. Every single vegetable.
Yeah, there's literally wild carrots that are edible. Yeah, so wild carrots, you can eat these. There's also wild cabbage. That is edible. So, no, there are edible vegetables.
Vegetable that we eat has actually been created by us. This is done through a process called crossbreeding, where you get two similar plants.
That's, again, not exactly true.
Grow them next to each other and allow them to cross-pollinate. This combines genetic traits from each plant. As a result, you get new variations of each plant with slightly different characteristics. When you repeat this process enough times, you start to create entirely new plants. And from there, you can select.
No. So, yeah, so that is an effective deliberate, I don't even know if crossbreeding is the right word. Like, that is an effect that happens from deliberate breeding, but you don't need deliberate breeding for plants to evolve and have traits that you'd find ideal. So if you have a bunch of chimpanzees that are foraging for food, what's going to happen is the chimpanzees are going to obviously preferentially select for plants that are most edible. Those chimpanzees are going to then end up spreading the seeds of those plants that they find are the most edible. And then those plants are going to be more successful because their seeds are going to get spread more. And then you're going to get a generational change in those plants. That's just what happens. So you don't even need selective breeding for that sort of process to take place.
Select the plants with the traits you like, such as color, taste, and size, and essentially create your own custom plant. A lot of people hear this and they wonder, what made us decide to start doing this to plants? Why didn't we just eat the ones that grew naturally? Well, they all tasted terrible. The reason they taste so bad is because in every single plant there is a long list of
Okay, cool. So I guess meat tastes terrible, and that's why we selectively bred cows, chickens, pigs. Okay.
Toxic compounds that the plant uses in order to defend itself.
Yeah, plants do not defend themselves against primates. Like, there are some, like poison ivy. But yeah, edible plants do not have defense chemicals against apes.
Our taste buds identify these toxins the same way our nose identifies a terrible smell when something has expired. This is why you can't just eat a random plant if you're in the wild. More than likely it's going to be extremely poisonous. Through selective breeding we have bred plants to be slightly less toxic, so they are less.
They're not toxic. By the way, this is a cultivated banana. Where does he think this photo came from? That's a banana that's common in Thailand. That is a cultivated plant.
Less bitter and much larger so we can eat them in higher volumes, but due to our unequipped digestive system they can all still cause us problems. Humans aren't born with
Yeah, so we're a species of ape. Apes eat plants.
Complex digestive systems like gorillas or cows, which allow
gorillas do not have a digestive system that's all that different from our own. And our closest ape relative is chimpanzees. Why would he use gorillas as an example? What, like, show me one other species of carnivorous ape.
Allow them to ferment and break down these compounds. When we eat plants, they can cause harm to us. This right here is why so many people do so well on a carnivore diet.
Yeah, that's why the carnivore diet massively accelerates the buildup of atherosclerotic plaque.
If we had to create all of the plants we eat and we struggle to break down the toxins they contain, it does make you wonder if we're ever meant to eat vegetables in the first place.
Buddy, you're a tiny little beta male twink. So, if you can't even bench your own fucking body weight, why the fuck should I take anything you have to say seriously? Like, you're literally a beta male fucking cuck.
Have you ever
fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Now it's becoming a bit more common, and people talk about it more openly, but even so, it is extremely rare to just get fully open, yes, I take PEDs, no...
Seems Jaffire Nutellers. I'll stick to 210 milligrams as my TRT. It's slightly super physiological, but nothing crazy. Just err on the side of caution. Any idea what the highest dose of test I can run and maintain those gains on 210? Don't see the point of cycling if I can't maintain on 210. I have no idea. It's going to be different from person to person. And it depends on how big you get, how much you've grown on higher doses. It entirely depends. Thanks for the donation, though, Sames Jaffire.
Asterisks, no rationalizations.
Incredible transformation. I'm not going to say anything bad about it, right?
But one thing is for sure, whether you're natural or not, we live in a world now that is an absolute train wreck for our hormones. You see a lot of talk and memes about soy boys and beta males and low T men, and there is certainly no shortage of them, but oftentimes it's not even...
This guy eats so much fucking dairy, and then he's talking about, you know, our hormones getting fucked up. Like, buddy, you realize, like, dairy is high in estrogenic compounds. You're literally drinking milk as an adult from a different species. Like, as if that even sounds like a good idea.
Really their fault. This is the world now. There are hormone-disrupting microplastics and forever chemicals literally everywhere you turn.
Phytoestrogen-rich foods. Oh my fucking god. What a fucking retard. Yeah, buddy. Why isn't estrogen-containing foods on the list? Like the fucking dairy you eat.
Food, water, cookware, clothing, soil, even in the air that we breathe. No matter how conscious that you may be, these things are inescapable. And as if that wasn't bad enough, our modern lifestyle is also really at odds with how our bodies are programmed. Lack of sunlight, endless screen time, broken circadian rhythms, inferior food.
Yeah, so screens do not interfere with sleep. That's just a big myth.
Quality, and more, stress our bodies out more than they need to be. It's not an exaggeration to say that we're fighting an uphill battle every day, but thankfully, Mother Nature has our backs. There are a number of natural ingredients that have been clinically proven to support...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, there we go.
Or testosterone, not just total, but free T, as well as overall energy, recovery, and performance. And the sponsor of today's video, Mars Men, has a formula designed specifically to support all of these.
What a retarded faggot. We live in an environment that lowers your testosterone, and there's a supplement that I sell that has ingredients in it that might increase your testosterone. I know that you could just take testosterone to get testosterone, but why don't you just take mystery powder that this company's paying me to promote, And then maybe it'll increase your testosterone when you could just take testosterone. What a fucktard. Bro, I gotta look at this shit. What is the... Oh my god, why is there a billion fucking links? This is weird. Proven supplements I take. Collagen, electrolytes, pre-workout, sleep, creatine, taurine. So he doesn't take this?
Their natural testosterone.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. The only thing in here that might do anything is zinc. Like, that's literally it. Even mild zinc deficiencies can lower your testosterone pretty substantially. The only thing in this that would really do anything is just the zinc. This Tonkat Alley, and it does nothing. I just want to know how much this fucking costs. Mars Men. So this is it. Black Friday, 50% off. Launch kit. Dude, this seems like a fucking... Whoa! What? Okay, is this some fucking bullshit? So I don't know if it's regularly $186 and it's only 50% off right now, or if this is perma 50% off and this is just a scam to make you think, oh, I better order it now, I'm getting a good deal, 50% off for Black Friday, better order it now or else the price is gonna go up. Like, I have a feeling that's... Holy mother of a fuck, that is expensive. I have never seen bullshit like this that is this expensive. I don't think Greg's testosterone boost supplement even costs this much. What is it? HTLT supplements. He has the G-Test Platinum. Yeah, even Greg's bullshit test booster supplement doesn't cost that much. And I think it has like the same ingredients. Fenugreek. Shilajit, Tonkat Alley. So yeah, this is the same thing. This is literally the same supplement. So even Greg's bullshit test booster supplement doesn't cost that much, and it's literally the same thing. Fairly certain the dose is probably even similar. What? Okay, this is a total scam, dude. Like, it should not be this hard to find what the ingredients are and how much it's dosed. Yeah, this is a complete scam. Oh wait, here we go. Fenugreek, 1,000 milligrams. Tonkat Alley, 1,000 milligrams. So this is per 5 capsules. And this is 3 capsules, 400 milligrams. Tonkat Alley, 200 milligrams per 3. Okay, so this is dosed higher, to be fair. Like, per serving. But holy fuck, that is ridiculously expensive. So again, I was taking 210 milligrams testosterone cypionate per day. Sorry, 30 milligrams test cypionate per day, which is 210 milligrams per week. That brought my testosterone from 540 to 2,220. So that was the that was the blood work I had on 210 milligrams. So this is in like gay Canadian units, 77 nanomoles per liter. That translates to 2,220 nanograms per deciliter. So that's about double, if not a little more than double, the upper natural range. So that's a 4x increase in my testosterone. And that's just taking 210 milligrams test-cypionate per week. You know how much that costs? That costs me about $50 a month. So for $50 a month, I 4x'd my testosterone. I got to more than double the natural range, upper limit natural range. And this was the change in my physique. I gained 20 pounds of muscle mass in 2 months. So this fucking bullshit supplement, which according to the website normally costs $186 a month, but, oh, better buy it now, 50% off. Better buy it now, guys. Black Friday deal. It's not going to last forever. 50% off. $93. So you're spending double. And again, I don't know if this is a perma 50% off thing to scam people into buying this bullshit. But you're paying about double what I was paying. And I can guarantee you this is not going to get your testosterone up to 2,220 nanograms per deciliter. And I can guarantee you you're not going to put on 20 pounds of muscle mass in 2 months. So, what in the fuck are we doing here? This fucktard who's claiming, oh, high test is a good thing. Testosterone is good for you. We need to be boosting our test levels. Is selling a fucking bullshit test booster supplement that is massively over fucking priced when you could just take testosterone for literally half the cost of this horse shit, and that would put your testosterone in the supraphysiological range. Double, like more than double the upper natural limit. Technically, it's not the upper natural limit, but that's the upper end of the reference range. Like, no one has testosterone that's, you know, like around 1,000. Very rare that you ever see that. And on top of that, there's other benefits to just taking testosterone. It lowers sex hormone binding globulin, so your free testosterone is going to be way fucking higher. So, like, what the fuck? Like this is just the fucking grift, right? Oh, testosterone is so good for you. Make sure you take a really, really fucking expensive supplement to try to get your test levels higher. But stay natural. Don't take a fucking drug that actually works, that has like proven benefit, that's been around for literally 100 years. One of the most well-researched drugs in existence, and also one of the safest, one of the most well-tolerated drugs in existence. Don't take that. Don't save money. Don't get something that works better. Buy this. Buy something that is more expensive and doesn't work. Like, holy fuck, everyone is retarded. What a fucking clown. And this is the guy who like criticizes people for lying, being an industry shill, you know, grifting, fake natty this, fake natty that. Oh, but you'll promote this, an overpriced garbage fucking supplement, when you could just tell people, you know, if you have low test, just go on test. It's cheaper. It works. What a fucking loser. Dumb motherfucker. Holy shit.
What's up, VG? It's been a while. Been busy with studying and family drama. Hope you've been doing well.
Yeah, I've been doing well. You know, I mean, shitting and pooping and ice cream scooping. You know what I mean? But I hope you're doing good. Thanks for the donation, Exions.
Testosterone support features 1,000 milligrams of both Tonkat Ali and fenugreek, 400 milligrams
neither of those things are testosterone.
Of Shilajit, 675 milligrams of taurine.
I'm also noticing that's not testosterone.
I still don't get why Frank left the plane and airport in a wheelchair. Imagine being on a flight with Frank, seeing some dude with 2 black eyes, an oxygen tank, and a hijab, exiting the plane in a wheelchair.
Yeah, Frank must get a lot of attention. I wonder if he even knows that people stare at him because he's a freak. He doesn't seem to be very self-aware. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
4,000 IU of vitamin D, plus vitamin K1 and K2.
Like, what's funny is, if you were to just buy all these supplements individually, it would probably be a fraction of the price of this bullshit.
For absorption, plus zinc and boron. These ingredients are not only powerfully dosed and clinically backed, but work in synergy to support looking, feeling, and performing your best. You get all of these.
Really? So, let's see. You're smaller than me, weaker than me, your testosterone is lower than mine, and I am making far more progress than you. So, would you rather spend $50 on testosterone, or would you rather spend $100 on this bullshit that apparently this dumb motherfucker's taking? No, I want to be weaker, smaller, have lower testosterone, and waste my money. That's what I want to do.
In one serving with Mars Men. Plus, they are made in the USA and routinely third-party tested for...
Yeah, made in the USA. All the raw ingredients are sourced from China, but, you know, because I guess their factory, you know, where they hire illegal Mexicans to just put the shit in a fucking pill bottle, is in the United States. I guess they can call it made in the USA.
Glyphosate and heavy metals as well. Mars Men backs all of their orders with a 90-day money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied...
Oh, yeah. I'm sure the fucking company that says 50% off for Black Friday, better buy it now, I'm sure they'll give you your money back. Here's the thing. If you take testosterone, you will not need your money back because it fucking works. Why would you need a money back guarantee on something that works? You wouldn't. So if you got testosterone, you wouldn't need your money back because it fucking works. Weird. So this fucking bullshit, they have to entice you with a 50% off offer and say, you know, this might not do anything, so we'll give you your money back. Don't worry. If it does nothing, we'll give you your money back. Weird how they have to dangle those carrots in front of your face. 50% off, and we'll give you your money back if it does nothing. For, like, is that not a red flag to you? Why would anybody need their money back if it worked? It's because it doesn't work. You're an idiot.
You get a full refund, but looking at all of the reviews on their website, it's no surprise that they really don't have...
Oh, reviews on the website. Oh, it must work then, because there's reviews on the website. I'm a dumbass. I'm a fucking retard.
To give out many, and for a limited time, you can get 60% off for life and 3 free gifts.
There we go again. For a limited time. Oh, so 50% off the Black Friday deal? Oh, and I could get 60% off for life? Oh, right. Okay, dude.
when you use code REVIVAL at mengotomars.com. That's mengotomars.com using code REVIVAL at checkout. After you
This guy is outrageously, like, he has no ethics whatsoever. None. This guy is a fucking scumbag, grifting piece of shit. I'm sure if a company paid him enough money, he would sell you cyanide. Like, wow, what an immoral fucking scumbag. Like, and again, this guy's whole shtick, oh, I call out the bullshit in the fitness industry. I tell it like it is. That's why I'm partnering with some fucking scam company. 50% off offers. Oh, money back. Look at the reviews on our website. Fuck you. Wow. Just what a fucking lying idiot scumbag.
You purchase, they're going to ask where you heard about them. So be sure to support this channel and tell them I sent you.
You need to focus on your goals and be competing with yourself, or else you're going to get lost, you're going to get off track, and you're probably at some point going to develop a pretty bad body dysmorphia.
I've said this before, but I think it's impossible not to get some degree of it in the modern scene.
Because then you're never going to be happy with how you look. Now, granted, there is a piece in all of us that is never truly happy with how we look, right? If anything, that's a motivation factor for a lot of us.
Exactly. That's what starts you in the gym in the first place, oftentimes, and that's what keeps you going. So even if you are a completely natural lifter, you still desire to improve yourself in all these given ways.
I know I'm never going to be as big as my gym inspiration, Broly from Dragon Ball Z.
That's another good point. All of these natural zealots that worship anime.
I like the new Brawly design a lot more than the classic. I don't know what... I never liked the classic Broly. He always looked, like, stupid to me. Like, the proportions are just so fucking dumb. Like, his arms are way too big. The shoulders just look stupid. Like, it doesn't even look like muscle. It just looks like weird, inflated, oddly shaped balloons. The new, what is it? The Super Broly? The Super Broly looks just better. Like, he actually has muscle. What's a good, yeah, I mean, even that one's not very good. You know what I mean. Yeah, I guess the new one, he mostly had armor on. New Broly versus Super Broly.
The brand new Broly.
Yeah, I mean, like, the proportions look like he has muscle mass. You know what I mean? Like, even though he's not as big, he actually looks jacked. Whereas the classic Broly just looks like he's made of balloons. It's kind of weird that would be his gym inspiration.
Hello Richardson. I just got on test. I have been injecting directly into the testicle. Hurts like hell but the gains are solid. How do you handle the swollen testicles? I keep them on ice and point a small fan up my shorts. Anything else I can do?
Well, maybe you could just try injecting into your penis. I've heard of a story of a guy actually injecting steroids into his penis. It was, and I don't think it was actually a troll. This idiot had this dumbass was, unhappy with the size of his schlong, and he thought that if he injected testosterone directly into his penis, the hormones would somehow trigger growth in his dick. And according to him, he didn't get an infection, but he had horrendous, horrific, unimaginable pain, which is kind of what you'd expect to happen. I can't imagine how much that would hurt if you just injected testosterone into your testicles. I don't know if you would, like, I don't know if you could survive that. I just have a feeling like you would actually need to like be hospitalized and need to have your testicle removed if you did that. Like it probably wouldn't work out. Yeah, so don't inject your dick and balls. Just inject your muscles. Like your shoulders or your glutes. Thanks for the donation, though, Pentest, Nick's lover.
Anime characters. And if these anime characters were real, they would require tons of steroids to achieve. And then in real life, the people that look close to that, they say, oh, those steroid users are so bad. Don't be like them. Stay natty, bros. But you guys love the cartoon version. The actual people that do it, though, you clutched your pearls when you see them.
How big he is and how powerful he is has always been motivating to me when I go to the gym and train as hard as I can to see how big I can get my physique. But you have to make sure that you know exactly what your goals are so that you can be happy as you continue to make fitness a part of your lifestyle. Not everybody's a bodybuilder. I don't bodybuild. I don't compete on.
Been gone for 2 months. What happened to your chat? Why is there a bunch of virtue signaling beta cucks crying about anime, horror and fiction using think of the children whiny shit? Same cunts that are trying to ban VPNs and get rid of privacy for everyone.
I haven't noticed anybody in chat whining about bullcrap like that. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention. But thanks for the donation, one. Appreciate it.
On stage.
I appreciate you saying that, Scott. You guys know I cannot stand when these generic gym bros, and there's so many, I used to do it too many years ago. You call yourself a bodybuilder. You've never done bodybuilding. You're never going to. You don't want to, which is totally fine. But you want the label without actually doing all the things that bodybuilders do. Like just going to the gym and training to build muscle does not make you a bodybuilder. That's like saying you're a powerlifter because you max out on the bench and squat and deadlift in the gym on your own time. It's not sanctioned. It's not a competition.
I train in fitness to feel my best, to look my best, and to also be functional outside of the gym.
There's the F word, functional.
Figure out what your goal is, and if that goal leads you to eventually wanting to hop on PEDs, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Just make sure you do it the right way. Well, here's a better photo of me from like 2 days after I posted that video, side by side with him. I'm pretty sure he's taller and weighs a bit more than me.
Yeah, so Scott said he was, I think, 5'10", 175, which if you guys think that's really small, especially for his body fat, he looks to be roughly low teens here. You're going to be surprised if you think you're going to maintain much bigger than that naturally. But Runvis, I think, is like 6'2", 240 pounds. He's noticeably bigger. This is yet again why you cannot simply compare photos to get accurate comparisons of size.
How in the fuck is that guy 240? There's no chance that guy's 240. 6'2", 240. Dude, I'm 6'3", 230 right now. This guy is 6'2", 240. And I'm 6'3", 230? How? How in the fuck is that guy 240? There's no chance. So he's an inch shorter, weighs 10 pounds more than me, and you can see the difference in our physiques. There's no chance. That guy has to be lying, or he's not relaying the accurate information. There's no way that guy's 240. I was bigger than him when I was natural, at 200.
But this is something Runvis I saw talk about. He said that Scott scaled these pictures to make them look the same size, when they're really not.
I mean, both physiques look incredible. If you're going to leave a comment down below and say you would not want to have the same physique that I have naturally at 41 years old, you're full of shit.
He's right about that. The only people that would not want his physique at that age are essentially people that do bodybuilding, or they're just very, very intense general lifters, and they want to go beyond that.
All right, this is the most like natty cell cope video that I've seen so far. So I'm going to attack these points one by one here.
And that's kind of the thing I noticed too, right? Is
that the guy's channel, Run Something Coaching? Is that the guy? I don't know if there's Okay, he definitely looks bigger in the video. 445. I guess that's stiff leg. I recall doing this when I was natural, but not for this amount of repetitions. Let me see. I don't know if that like was just a particularly unflattering photo or something. Okay, yeah, he's definitely bigger looking in these photos. That's still okay now. Like I could maybe believe. I could maybe buy 240, maybe. Yeah, maybe I could believe it. Yeah, maybe just people have different proportions. He does look larger when you actually see him in other videos or photos. He's a pretty big dude, still. That's actually still surprising that he'd be 10 pounds more than me. I don't know if I don't know if he's getting the numbers wrong or something, but oh, 6'4", 240. Okay, so he's an inch taller. That's maybe a bit more believable then. Okay, yeah.
That guys on gear take it so personally when we talk about how proud we are of being natural or lifetime natural. It is a badge of honor. It's not easy to avoid that temptation, especially when you see your friends jumping on and they're getting bigger than you and they're getting stronger than you.
This is interesting because I brought this up many years ago too. A lot of these virtue signaling natties talk about I wouldn't even consider taking steroids. They frame it as if it never even crossed their mind, like they're always so above it. And I argued, you're lying to yourself. You're obviously full of shit. And Scott's being honest here.
But that's why, like I said earlier, it's important to focus on what your goals are.
First, I'll just start off by saying 41, you look great for 41, dude. There's no denying that at all. This is not great for 27 years of consistent training, though.
And again, the video, as it stated in the beginning, is made to look flat. It's made to not look your best.
This is where the main argument's going to stem from, because a lot of you even would see 27 years of Scott's progress, regardless of the lighting and all that stuff. You would be like, 27 years, bro. You could do way better than that. A lot of you may think that you can, given a lot.
Like, not everyone. It's just the reality. Most people aren't above average, right? So this is what you'd expect for your average person with like consistent hard training.
A lot of you have only been training for 6 months to a year. You don't have a real reference point yet, but I'll just say off the bat, we'll talk about this more coming up, I'm sure, but if you think Scott's physique, totally clean, after 27 years, is unimpressive, you might have some issues with your expectations.
Oh, dude, like, everyone who's saying that, they either have a delusional idea of, you know, what your average person can do, just because they've achieved such higher, like a way better physique, or maybe they train with a group of people who are like really hardcore competitive and are genetically elite, or they're dudes who haven't even been able to get as big as Scott. And then they're all like fat, skinny twinks who just talk shit online.
Well, if he thinks that I look like garbage, I guess he's kind of saying he looks like garbage because, I mean, I would argue that I look better than him here, but hey, that's just me.
Well, he didn't say you look like garbage. He said for the time frame, it's subpar.
He says at the end, I'll get to it, he's 175. It's not good.
I don't know why they fixate so much on weight, right? I don't want to be like, I was 200 pounds. I showed you guys in my fasting video. I hated being 200 pounds. I was big. I was benching 275 incline, and that was cool and all, but I looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Like, I just didn't like how I felt. I enjoy running outside, right? That's part of my fitness lifestyle. Like, I was running with like a 100-pound sack on my back, right? My face was puffy. I just didn't like it.
This goes back to what I said a moment ago. This is where the line is drawn between the general fitness people that just like training, and like Scott said, he runs too. A lot of people do things other than weights, whereas guys like Runvis, who does not do bodybuilding, at least that I've seen, I don't think he plans on it, but even the recreational, really serious meatheads, it's just how optimal can your physique be? How much size can you build? They look at everything through the lens of essentially just bodybuilding.
There are people in there, you know, kind of talking smack, and they're like, yeah, you know, back in 2015 when, you know, Scott looked a lot bigger and a lot better because he was bigger back then. 2015, boys, I was 165 pounds, right? That's the difference between being super lean and putting on body fat. So again, you have to stick to your own goals. And my goal is to get back to how I looked in 2015.
That's what it is. And you can look at Scott in the frame here. I mean, he's clearly not that big, just overall, right? I mean, you can see him in the shirt. He's not carrying some crazy amounts of mass, which is to be expected. One is you get leaner, and if you're natural, you're just not going to be able to carry absurd amounts of mass. It just does not happen.
It's not good for 27 years of constant training. I think that it's good if you want to be like above average in a room full of people that don't really work out.
Okay, so again, in a room full of people that don't really work out.
Yeah, that's not going to work, just even mathematically, because Scott's physique realistically is top 1%. Even Runbus on the left here has a top 1% physique. Now, I know in the fitness industry, you see guys that look better than both of these dudes every day, and it starts to warp your perception. You think a lot more people look like that than they actually do. In a room full of people, either of these two take their shirt off, people are going to be like, what the hell is going on?
That is slightly above average, slightly a little bit above average. Okay, guys, just keep that in mind.
But it's not good if you want to be above average in a room full of people that take this seriously. I don't think that it is. 100% lifetime natural. We can tell. Good job. No pump natural lighting. Okay, congrats. This is good, I guess.
Just kind of runs through that point because he doesn't quite understand it or just chose not to.
This is something else I've told you guys too. Even guys on a lot of PEDs with world-class physiques, you get them under poor lighting, and depending on the angle and how candid the frame is, they can look mediocre too. This affects everybody. Nobody looks as good as they do with the pump and the lighting and the angle and all these photo elements. And even from the side here, the still image of Scott. I mean, if you cannot look at him and tell that he's got a good amount of muscle mass, I mean, look at his chest, his triceps. You can see his lower body's developed too, his back is sticking out a bit. He's clearly built. I mean, it's not remarkable for fitness industry standards, and realistically, I don't think Runbus fits that mold either. Like, his physique is not remarkable in of itself.
I have all my hair. That's fantastic. But again, hair transplants exist.
Why would you want to go down the road of getting a hair transplant and having to deal with that? Why would you want to increase the risk, especially if you're not a competitive bodybuilder?
Don't have to say competitive. It's implied in the name. That's like saying competitive powerlifter. It's redundant.
Why would you want to do all of these things, hopping on PEDs and have these risks of things that could happen to you, one of them being hair loss, if you knew eventually you...
Hair loss is great, dude. I've actually become totally bald pilled. I hope my hair just falls out. It's a fucking pain in the ass cutting your hair. Especially now. I was cutting my hair like a week ago now. It's like hard reaching back behind my head and like having my arm held up for that long with like the steroids I'm on. Like I get like an insane pump super easy. Just fuck it, dude. I'd like to just go fucking, you know, Jason Statham or The Rock and not ever have to worry about that again.
You probably were going to jump off gear and not do it anymore.
This goes back to the goals and priorities and incentives, because there are plenty of guys that will nuke their looks for maximum muscle gain. Now, granted, a lot of them do nothing and they just go bald and accept it. Now we have the technology, like the hair transplant, you can overcome that, or at least, you know, to a good extent. A lot of these things don't look the greatest, but it's far better than being bald, wearing a hat for the rest of your life, like a lot of bald guys do.
No, it's better being bald.
But this comes down to preference. Like, do you want to maximize muscle gain? And if you're at genetic risk, especially for losing hair rapidly, it's going to happen anyway, and the PEDs can accelerate that. It's up to you to decide.
There is a point in your life where you're probably going to hit the gym as hard as you can for 5 to 10 years, like in your teens to mid-20s, and that's like your entire life. And then you move out of your mom's basement, you get a job.
Yeah, exactly. Kratos is bald. Everyone thinks Kratos is badass. Fuck hair.
You get a husband or wife, you have kids, you get promotions at work, and you're not going to be able to hit the gym as much as you want to.
This is something I've talked about a lot too. A lot of you guys that are spending just so much time in the gym overall, you can only do that because you're young.
And you're not going to run gear like you did before because there are health risks that go along with it. And you're going to be like, damn, I'd probably still have more hair in my head if I just trained consistently and didn't hop on.
Yeah, I would trade hair for gains any fucking day of the week, dude. What the fuck is hair doing for you? It's not increasing the weight on the bench, so like, give me a fucking break.
PEDs because I don't even have those gains anymore because I've been off for so long.
That's something to consider as well.
Why would you come off? Just stay on. I don't get it. Like it's so weird. Oh, like I get asked that question all the fucking time, and it's so retarded. What are you gonna do when you come off? Are you still gonna be able to maintain the muscle you have when you stop taking steroids? Like all the time. Why would I ever stop? It's like asking somebody, what are you gonna do when you stop working out? Like, what'll happen if you stop lifting weights? Are you gonna lose your muscle if you stop lifting weights? yeah, you're gonna lose muscle if you stop lifting weights. Like, if you already have to do like that basic maintenance to keep your muscle, what is like why does some switch like flip in somebody's brain where it's like, yeah, but you have to keep taking steroids. You have to keep training. Why would you stop training? Why would you stop taking steroids? Like, it's weird.
You see this all the time when bodybuilders retire. Sometimes they stop lifting altogether. Even if they don't, if they keep training, I mean, they will just shrink. And it goes to show that people are taking so much more than they claim, by the way. Because if people were taking these little baby doses like they say, you wouldn't just shrink to the degree that these people do. So,
well, usually when people stop taking steroids, they also stop training because training isn't fun anymore. So, like, I've seen that over and over and over again. I used to have training partners at my gym. One of them was like a hardcore competitive bodybuilder. The other dude was like just a gym bro who took steroids. From what I can remember, I think the guy like basically was just running like around 500 milligrams of test, and I remember periodically he would like try Boldenone, or I remember one time he said he spent like $4,000 on growth hormone, and I think it only lasted him like a month, which is retarded. So he was taking like less than a gram of gear consistently, but he ended up wanting to try to have kids with his girlfriend, and so he came off everything, and when he came off, he just stopped going to the gym. And yeah, sure enough, he lost muscle. So steroids give you more energy, more motivation. It just plain and simple makes training more fun. Training on steroids is like training on steroids. Like, that's the best way I could put it. You can just train fucking harder. You can train longer. It just feels good to be in pain. Like, I remember I used to have like a really tough time doing squats over 10 repetitions. Like, it would make me nervous, and like it just didn't feel great. Now I can do like sets of squats like up to 15 reps, and I'm just like, yeah, let's fucking do this. And I just love feeling pain. So when that goes away, like, yeah, a lot of dudes just stop lifting, period. So when you see dudes' physiques just melt, that's not just from coming off gear. That's from coming off gear and not training anymore.
Is drinking water from plastic bottles actually bad for you, or is that just pseudoscience?
Well, no one really knows what plastic exposure is really doing. It's hypothesized that the increase in gastrointestinal cancers in younger people, the reason for that increase in those gastrointestinal cancers is due to plastic exposure. I don't know, like, no one really knows the answer, like, how much plastic exposure is really impacting people's health. Could very well be the case that it's not doing much. And it might depend on the type of plastic too. Some of these compounds might not be particularly reactive or easily absorbed, so probably better to be safe and just drink out of stainless steel container or something, but no one really knows. Thanks for the donation though, Blink.
So if you're going to go the PED route, a lot of people simply just dive in the moment somebody tells them, hey, take this. I take it. It gave me better shoulders. They say, okay, that's how I'd say the vast majority of people go on PEDs. Just totally haphazardly, not thinking about it.
Losing your hair isn't exclusive to doing PEDs either. Yeah, it will accelerate that. But if you lose your hair on PEDs, you were going to lose it anyway.
Why would you want to lose your hair in your 20s if you weren't going to lose it until like your late 40s or 50s?
So you can't really...
It usually doesn't work out that way. Generally speaking, if you are going to lose your hair, you're going to notice noticeable hair recession in your early 20s. That's when it starts. And some people have it even worse. They start going bald in their teens. But generally speaking, you're going to notice hair loss in your early 20s if you are going to lose your hair. So you would have ended up having hair recession by then anyway. And again, it kind of depends on what compounds you're taking, what doses. It's hard to really say. But it doesn't really work. It doesn't work out that way where, oh, you would have lost hair in your 40s, but now you're losing hair in your 20s. It's more like you're already losing hair in your 20s and you're just losing hair at like, you know, a 20% faster rate. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Hear me out, man. I wake up this morning at 3 o'clock and I can't go back to sleep. But for some reason, I had this overwhelming urge to go to the gym and squat 405 pounds for 50 reps.
If he was on steroids, he probably could have done that in one set.
We 30 reps in. I'm tired as fuck. Low-key, I might have overestimated myself with these 50 reps, but I need all that shit. If this is what it takes to be great, I want that pain, bro. I want that shit. That's lightweight. Yes, sir. $13 reps left, man. It could be 2 sets. 1 set of 6, 1 set of 7. 6, 7.
Well, that's how you get big quads. I've actually been doing like basically German volume training for the last about week and a half for my legs. So I'll do like 3 normal sets for squats, and then I'll just drop the weight down, and then I'll do 7 more sets of 10, just with a lighter weight. And so far, so good. I think my legs have grown. They probably would have grown anyway, but yeah, the more work you do, generally, the more you grow, especially if you're on steroids. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Son Goku donated $2. Is it me, or is it extremely rare to see women challenge each other to lift heavy like this? Well, yeah, that would be difficult. So, yeah, you rarely ever see that. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. We need Mike Israel worse the fitness industry. I don't think we need that. I think everybody knows he's an idiot. We definitely need testosterone worst of the fitness industry, though.
Blame the being natty for that. Like, if you have this much hair at 41 naturally, you probably wouldn't have lost any of your hair on PEDs.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Everything still works, implying that he does not have erectile dysfunction. You don't...
Like, he definitely has some hair recession. Like, I would imagine his hairline would be further back if he was using gear, but who cares? Like, it's all about the gains.
Just get that when you start taking steroids.
But it is a risk. Why would you want
Like, the dude's married. What does he fucking care?
a risk your dick not working? Even if you do post psychotherapy, that your balls
Why would you stop taking steroids?
and your penis do not work anymore.
Well, there's people on cycle, and they have that same problem.
If anything, out of all of the risks that come along with jumping on PEDs,
Yeah, like, if you're, there's a very complex there's a lot of complex reasons for why you might have erectile dysfunction on or off gear. But you can talk to a lot of pros. Like, there's certain compounds that may or may not give you erectile dysfunction, and especially when you're talking about like really, really high doses of some of these things, like, you can't expect to have perfect functioning, erections all the time. So that is like, you do run the risk of that. I haven't had that personally, but I've also not been running really high doses. But I would say the most common reason for erectile dysfunction is estrogen being out of range. If it's too low or too high, then you may end up having issues with erections. For whatever reason, there's like a subset of dudes where their estrogen has to be like in this narrow range, or else they'll have erectile dysfunction. So that can be hard to manage and figure out, but it happens. One donated $2. Is this guy just making shit up? Is there any truth to any of his claims about synthetic and cotton clothing poisoning people? Is this Paul Saladino? Oh.
To know about today on the Non-Toxic Living Podcast.
Okay. Well, for one thing, this guy is a gay retard. I can tell that because he doesn't look like he can bench his own body weight, and his YouTube channel is Non-Toxic Dad. So I wouldn't really trust a gay retard. The only thing that I know of in terms of clothing, possibly... Oh, this is just in general. Yeah, I know with synthetic fabrics, they can retain more heat than natural fabrics. And there's evidence that that can affect sperm quality and even affect testosterone production. Other than that, like, whatever, who fucking cares? Like that, like, in my mind, that would be such a minor, low-risk exposure to, like, plastics. I would be more concerned with what I'm eating than what I'm wearing. And, like, I'd also assume, like, these plastics have a high molecular weight. Like, the likelihood of those absorbing through your skin just sounds extremely low. So, who cares? Just buy whatever clothes that look nice and feel good and you're comfortable in. Thanks for the donation, though, one.
that has probably been the number one thing that I have been like, you know what? It's just not worth it.
I do understand that. And there's ways you can get around that for sure by changing up the dosages and the compounds and taking this or that, whatever, maybe removing certain things. But that's got to be the worst of all. You get this sick physique, and then you finally bag a woman, or you have a girlfriend or wife or whatever, and then you can't get it up in bed. I mean, that's just miserable, isn't it?
Do you really think a guy like this, and I'm not saying he does.
Well, I mean, if you have a wife, it's not like you're going to have sex anyway. So, problem solved there. Yeah, I mean, the lifestyle isn't for everybody. If you want to be an like open pro competitive bodybuilder and that's a concern for you, then yeah, you might not want to do that. But like when you're talking about mild like TRT plus doses where you're just taking like maybe 200, 250 test, in all likelihood, you're going to have better erections than you would naturally. So who cares?
We can all agree, it's literally tragic. Always forwarding held Frank's Wagyu cow hostage for no reason. Not to mention that the airline refused oxygen to Frank. Plus, Taban even recommended the surgery, and he'll go broke if Frank hands out flyers.
Yes, it's a real tragedy. Hopefully that keeps happening. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
But if he was having problems in the bedroom, do you think that he's really going to make a video about that and talk about it to his 88,000 subscribers that he has here on Instagram?
In the context of him and his account, he actually might, because he talks about PEDs and gives advice on them. So the people that are open about it, they may formally, openly discuss it, but anybody else probably not.
Everybody's dick can still work on PEDs if you just do them right. This is clueless.
Let's assume you go down the enhanced road. Part of that's problem solving too. Like if you encounter these roadblocks, start to lose your hair, you get ED, etc. How smart are you to prepare for those in the first place? Manage them as they come about, and then get out of them.
No roid gut.
Roid gut does not exist. Runbus is about to say the same thing.
You could say that about fucking anything. Dude, especially after the pandemic, rates of erectile dysfunction have fucking skyrocketed, and it's likely due to coronavirus. There's evidence that it can cause permanent erectile dysfunction. These things just happen to normal people. There's a reason why Cialis and Viagra are one of the most commonly prescribed drugs. So, again, your average person is probably going to be perfectly happy running like TRT plus dosages where, your testosterone is going to be somewhere between 1,500 2,000 nanograms per deciliter. And your average person is probably going to have better erections from that. So yeah, it's possible there is a subset of men that seem to be particularly sensitive to estrogen imbalances, but there's enough resources online where, if you're going to do these drugs to begin with, I would figure most people know how to do the Google and look things up on YouTube.
We'll see what Scott says here, but the concept of steroid gut or HGH gut, I still see that in all these comments. It's completely outdated.
What's funny too is I took underground Cialis, and that gave me worse side effects than the steroids I'm on. I had horrific, unbelievably bad water retention. I actually, it was so bad that I went to the hospital for it, and I don't go to the emergency room for anything. I could lose an arm and be I could probably just smush it together with some tape. But I went to the emergency room for it. I was hoping they could prescribe me Lasix or something, or and I just wanted to make sure nothing happened. But yeah, I was retaining 20 pounds of excess fluid from taking underground Cialis. That was fucking horrendous. So it's kind of funny that of all things, underground Cialis gave me worse side effects than underground steroids.
make a full video about that too.
What does that mean?
I mean, you know exactly what I'm talking about, bubble gut, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, but he's just trying to, I guess, make the video be a bit more exciting by pretending like he doesn't. You all know what I mean when I say that.
Do you mean HGH gut? That's not even from HGH.
He's right, it is not.
Go watch any professional bodybuilding show and look at the dudes on stage and look at their guts. I would never want to look
Yeah, that's from food. They're just eating way too much food.
like that, which is why I'm 100% natural. I would never want to have a protruding roid gut because it just doesn't look good.
It does not.
Yeah, it's not from steroids. They're just eating too much.
Not look good, but the steroids really have no part in that at all. If it's anything, you could argue.
Yeah, if anything, steroids would probably prevent you from having a distended stomach, particularly testosterone. There's a good amount of research on this. Testosterone reduces the amount of visceral fat in your body, so the fat in your stomach around your organs. So in all likelihood, it would probably help shrink your waist, if anything. The reason why dudes like Mike Israetel have a huge distended gut is because they just eat too much.
That it's insulin, which is not a steroid. It's really not growth hormone either. People think, oh, it distends your organs, bro. It really doesn't. There's plenty of guys on tons of growth hormone, and they have no steroid gut to speak of. People always point.
It's not even insulin. It's just them eating too much.
To only the open level guys, and especially back in the day, like Kai Green, Phil Heath, Ronnie at the end, when it was really getting bad. I got to make the video about this, I suppose, because I don't want to go on the entire diatribe here, but the roid gut concept is totally flawed. And now we have Mike Israetel here. We'll see what he says about Mike, but I think Mike's case here is more a matter of the swelling after the surgery. And keep in mind, too, there's all kinds of normal people, totally natural, that have the same gut distension problem.
Look at Mike Israetel. His gut is terrible.
No saggy chest. I'm assuming what he means by that is gyno. And again, gyno's not exclusive to PEDs. I had gyno before I started.
But it is a risk.
You noticing the trend here? We're going to keep going in circles.
Gyno really only ends up being a risk when you're either taking extremely high doses where like steroids just do stuff, or you have really bad compound selection. So like talk to anybody who's done like low moderate doses who get gyno. They've done shit like Dianabol. Dianabol is really, really bad for causing gyno because it aromatizes, and it doesn't just aromatize into estrogen. It aromatizes into methyl estrogen, which is way more fucking potent, and it doesn't get bound up by sex hormone binding globulin as easily either. So it takes way, way fucking longer for it to clear your system, and it's like orders of magnitude more potent than just normal estrogen. I've also things like nandrolone, 19-nors, because they have a progestogenic effect. They also are really prone for causing gyno, but if you just stick to testosterone and compounds that either act as an AI or don't aromatize at all, so like boldenone, primobolan, masteron, what's another one? Anavar. You're not going to get gyno unless, like, again, you're running really, really high doses where you're talking about like over a gram. Dodo donated $2. Can you tell us why Isaac moved in, please? Well, it was basically just to help Isaac out. He had kind of a fucked up situation, so I offered to have him move in to help him out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You don't have to get gyno on steroids. You can prevent it. And also, you can just get gyno surgery.
I don't want hair implant surgery. I don't want gyno surgery.
You're not a true looks maxer, Scott.
You're building the case as to why you shouldn't jump on PEDs for anyone watching my video that's thinking about doing it. Like, imagine me sitting you down and be like, listen, you're going to take these PEDs, you're going to get jacked, you're going to get shredded. Your hair might fall out a bit earlier, but don't worry, we got hair implants for that. We can put you in surgery. You might get some gyno around your nipples and get some man titties, but don't worry, we have ways to hopefully try to avoid that. But if we can't, we can still put you in the operating room and get you surgery for that.
As I'm watching this, I think it's really just hitting me. This is a core difference between low inhibition and high inhibition people. People like Scott that are more high inhibition. They're like, oh, but why would I want to do that in the first place? Even if the risk is there and small, it's still there. I don't want to get surgery, even if it's just cosmetic. I don't want to have to do more drugs on top of the drugs, right? Somebody like Runovis is like, yeah, dude, fuck it, take the stuff. There's options, remedies. You know what I mean? So it kind of depends on what side of that spectrum you fall onto, because I think in general, people that jump on gear, especially the sooner they do it, and like I've told you guys, so many people go on their first day or week or month in the gym, both men and women. It's extremely common, has been for decades. I think the people that jump on really...
Bro, this shit was so close. After last time I told you about it, those fuckers tried to sneak it through the back door thinking nobody would notice. They thought everyone is fucking retarded. Karen cucks trying to ban everything.
EU still wants to scan your private messages and photos, yeah. Chat control proposal would mandate scanning all private digital communications, including encrypted messages, photos. Yeah, and oh, it's the children. Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. I wouldn't have figured the Netherlands would oppose it. I guess they have enough tech-savvy people in their government. Poland, I would imagine, would oppose because they're pretty based. Yeah, Sweden, undecided, so that just means they support it. Yeah, Spain, Portugal, Malta, Latvia. All the countries that are either run by retarded boomers or are just gay cucks and retards. Yeah, France, obviously. Denmark, obviously. Yeah, so Australia, that's actually surprising. But yeah, all the gay, retarded cuck countries are countries that are run by boomers. Thanks for the donation one.
Quickly, and especially the more reckless they are, the more stuff they just keep taking. I think you can safely say they're very low inhibition, and that can manifest itself negatively in a lot of other ways too, sometimes with other drugs.
5'10 at 175. After 27 years of consistent training, 5'10, 175 is not good, buddy.
They're always so fixated on how much you weigh.
It's like that common trope, if you're under 200 pounds, your so-called victim weight. Scott is about my height, right? 5'10", and he's lean here. I mean, the lighting's pretty mid. It looks like he's got pretty visible abs, even after 27 years. I mean, I don't know how much Scott has, like, I guess so-called seriously pursued maximum size the entire time. Based on what he's recently said, it seems like he hasn't been. And even then, to 27 years, like, you hit the essentially natty limit a while ago, realistically. Like, how much more gains can he really make? Very, very minimal. And if he does, you could argue he's going to have to get fatter than he wants to get. And he's just like, fuck it, I'm past that point. But 175 pounds at this height and this body fat, guys, this is a lifelong goal for the vast majority of you. Okay, let's assume Scott's got roughly average genetics. Dude, it's going to take a lot of work to get to this, okay? Could you push more after 27 years? Yeah, probably. Do you want to, though? Most guys don't want to. You're not going to be willing to do what it takes, even naturally, to do that. You're going to have to be hyper-fixated on every aspect of the lifestyle to simply squeak out an extra half a pound of muscle in a year or two after 8, 9, 10 years of training. Way too many of you are barely making that level of progress now, and you're still novices. Please check out my training programs linked down below. I have all the information you need, not just
how much I weigh. It's been about how lean I look and how strong I am.
So he's more focused on the body weight multiplier, which makes sense. And keep in mind, too, if you want to really maximize your strength overall, but especially naturally, you're going to have to carry more body fat than what he's currently having here. And on top of that as well, focusing on the weight.
Dude, I went all in. I bulked up to, well, actually, at the heaviest, I bulked up to 285. Bro. Then when I think I got my bench up to like 380, then I dieted down to like 235 or 240, something like that. And then I did another run up to 405. And I bulked up to 270. And then I hit 410. And then I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. That was fucking rough. I was just sick of being fat, and I didn't want to be fat anymore. So I lost all that extra weight in 3 months. That was fucking rough. And that's without any GLP-1 agonists like Ozempic, no peptides, no steroids, nothing. Just the old-fashioned way. That was fucking rough.
I've talked about too, that is the fastest way to balloon up and overbulk and gain too much fat, too much water. It is the speed run to ruin your physique, focusing on just the scale, hitting a certain number.
It's almost like these guys don't live. Maybe they're like, I couldn't find his age. I'm assuming he's a lot younger than me.
I think he's roughly my age, like late 20s.
Yeah, the
27
donut days. You know, it'll be great in the future once they make donuts that don't make you fat, or like you can modify your genes so that you just can't gain body fat or something. That'd be sick, just being able to go fucking ham on donuts.
Years of lifting consistently, all right? I wasn't in the hyperbolic time chamber where the only thing I could do was lift weights, okay? Life also happened in those 27 years.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Scott's got a wife, maybe kids. business on the side, you're going to have to cut some workout short, maybe miss a day, push your training back, low on sleep, don't recover as properly as you wanted to. There's so many things.
I started when I was 14 years old.
Yeah, and we all know the 14-year-olds tend to be very well versed in proper training. They obviously don't. So keep in mind when he says this many years too, a lot of those years at the beginning especially probably were suboptimal, as were my nearly first 3 years.
But when you're younger, you don't have as many responsibilities. So in my early teens, throughout my 20s, I could be in the gym every single day, 2 to 3 hours a day.
And you see these young guys in the gym, they always go in the packs, you know, the roaming broccoli heads, and you see them on the pec deck, and you're just like, oh my god, you're going to be waiting 20, 30 minutes for that shit. And then they just go on all these machines, and they never leave the freaking gym. Then they see the other pack of broccoli heads, and they start talking.
I worked in a gym as a general manager.
I used to as well.
I was in the gym all day, every day, for almost half of my life, and I was able to dedicate a lot more time to training. Then as you get into your 30s and now into your 40s, you have a family, you have kids, you have all these other responsibilities. You have to mow the lawn, you have to fix the car, you have to go on vacation.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to be single for the rest of my life, and I can just dedicate my whole lifestyle around lifting. It's fucking great.
All your friends are getting married, they're having kids, you have to be their godparent, you have to go to all these events, right? Like, life happens.
And this is why the really successful bodybuilders, Dorian Yates talked about this, he lived like a monk. You essentially have to be a good bodybuilder, at least for long stretches of time, especially during prep. You cannot be living like a normal person. It just is not compatible.
To be able to literally look the way I look at 41 years old and have abs my entire life is not an easy thing to do. And you guys know this because I talked about it. The last 5 years haven't been the easiest for me because I've been building my gaming franchise. And it's like 15 hours a day sitting at the computer.
I don't know his exact training right now, but it would not surprise me if Scott's doing like 3-4 days a week, 45 minutes to an hour, kind of in and out type of training, because at a certain point, that's all you can manage.
Because I just feel like a lot of his audience is young, and they literally think for 27 years, I just went to the gym every day for 2 hours, and then this is the result. And
Blink donated $2. Let me see.
Start taking MT2. What's MT2?
Yeah, we already reacted to this earlier on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Blink.
By the way, the result is actually still pretty damn good.
This is not something that you should be like trying to stunt on natural lifters with.
Well, I don't think he was trying to stunt on enhanced lifters based on his real.
I know a lot of unnatural lifters that were pretty hardcore for like 4 or 5 years, maybe like 8 to 10 max, and then hopped off and life hit and they couldn't maintain their look and they lost all of their gains. Some died also too due to complications of steroids, right? But again, those are the risks.
It was 165 shredded. 165 shredded after 27 years of lifting is bad for pretty much everyone.
Again, it's really not, because I look incredible at 165 and I have great strength. My joints feel great. I can run outside. I can do a Tough Mudder. I can do a spot and race. I can even still work on my car and put my arms in the engine bay and get to what I need to also enjoy that hobby.
Going off of that too, guys, 165 pounds. Now shredded is subjective.
What kind of engine is that? What car does he have? I'm kind of thinking maybe a Dodge Viper. Let me see if he has anything on his Insta about that. He seems like a Dodge Viper kind of guy to me. I don't know if he posts any car content. I don't know. Well, Chevy. Camaro. Yeah, he seems like an American Muscle kind of guy. That was fairly close. I don't know if that's like that. I'm assuming that's not his only car. I'm not big into American muscle cars. I do really like the Dodge Demons. I think that's the only like American muscle car I'd really consider. If somebody were to give me a Ford GT, like, you know, obviously I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, I wouldn't get a Camaro. You know, I think the Ford GT is a car that I'd be happy with for sure. I know it's the, you know, I know like Ford GTs have that stigma, but they're actually nice cars, especially these days, the modern ones.
Going off of that too, guys, 165 pounds. Now shredded is subjective. That in of itself is extremely hard for most men. Like, most men are never going to get there. I talk about that in my recent video reacting to Jeff Nippard's breakdown of all these body fats. But the idea so many guys have, I'm going to get to 12% easily. No, you're not. Let alone 10. Let alone sub 10. I mean, we're talking microscopic fractions of people.
Yeah, when I get to about, well, when I got to about like 12, 13-ish% naturally, that was kind of my limit where if I get any leaner, my mood turns to complete shit. I just become a fucking asshole. Just constantly raging and irritated nonstop. I think it's because my estrogen gets too low. Low estrogen causes those sorts of side effects. I tested my estrogen when right before I hopped on gear, and it was at 20, and that was at about like 13-ish% body fat, and that's fairly low. But now that I'm on gear, I can go lower. I don't know what the limit is where, you know, no matter what you do, I'd get irritated, but I got down to about 10 and felt totally fine.
That are ever going to get there, even with full effort, and even with steroids on top of that, and even fat loss peptides too. So let's just say 10% body fat, right? If you think that at 5'10", 165 is something you're going to easily achieve, no. You think you're going to achieve it quickly? No. Maybe after 10 plus years, you could start to, probably be there or around that. Most guys still underestimate their body fat too, by the way. But especially given the circumstances he's talked about, after a certain point, you're not going to really be at your peak anymore. You're going to start to gradually taper off naturally. I think you can minimize it as much as possible, but it's inevitable to some extent.
So, like, you're trying to use this video as a way to talk down on people for taking PEDs.
I was actually more or less using the video to talk up my fellow natural athletes.
Yeah, I didn't see the framing as trying to talk down to enhance people still.
And to talk up my fellow is to go on his video and leave nasty comments or anything like that.
Runvis has told me so common, guys.
He has such harsh words, but let's look at the side by side. They both physiques look great, bro. You look great.
Okay, most guys, especially from his starting point on the left here, I don't know how much he takes, assume it's a good amount, whatever. Most people on steroids do not achieve this level of transformation, okay? It is uncommon for someone that starts like his position, if you want to say skinny fat roughly, right? A lot of guys on steroids, even good amounts, they still look like the left photo. Now, you could argue that he could have achieved the same result naturally. You're probably right. That said, would he have done so in the same time frame? No, he would not have. So if you want to speed run the process, if you want to step on the gas, right, you take the steroids.
I mean, I don't know why you needed to hop on gear to get your transformation. I was able to do mine naturally.
Like I just said, it's the time frame more than anything else.
There's a lot more dudes out there hopping on gear, making content, and it is causing more body dysmorphia in the fitness.
Wouldn't say it's just time frame. Like, steroids affect your brain and mindset. I've seen a lot of dudes who like were severely androgen deficient, so like less than 300 nanograms per deciliter total test. They went on TRT and they ended up just being high normal, so like 900, 1,000, and their whole mindset just completely changes. They just wouldn't have been able to do that naturally. Like, in theory, maybe, but like steroids affect your brain and the way you think. You're just much more energetic, more positive. You're more like goal oriented. Like, it just helps with discipline. So not only does it just change your body, but it also changes your mind and like your ability to like stick to a diet, stick to a training routine. It improves your executive function where like you can just much more easily figure out, okay, this is what I need to do. This is how I fix this problem. Like, so it doesn't just speedrun things. It like literally makes you able to do things.
Hop on gear to get your transformation. I was able to do mine naturally.
Like I just said, it's the time frame more than anything else.
There's a lot more dudes out there hopping on gear, making content, and it is causing more body dysmorphia in the fitness space. And I think that's a big reason as to why the fitness space has become so damn toxic.
We'll let him finish, but I think you could argue the toxicity is inherent, especially in online spaces. Natural. So that's it. Not much more to really add here. I will just reiterate.
Is there an underlying reason why someone would feel lazier on tests, like working at less than when you are natural? I mean, I could figure some people just, I don't know, it might, it's kind of like if you give a fat person a Diet Coke, So if the fat person drinks a normal Coke, at the front of their mind, they'll think, all right, I just drank like 500 calories. Maybe I should go easy on the Big Macs. But if you give them a Diet Coke, they'll think, oh, I drank 0 calories, so now I can eat more Big Mac, and then they end up eating like more calories than they would otherwise. So, like, some people might have a psychological complex where, oh, I'm on steroids, I don't need to work out as much. Or, I'm on steroids, I don't need to, like, you know, follow my diet as strictly. So that could be the case. I can't really think of any other particular reason why, if you're just on test, like, you'd be lazier. You definitely can have a thing happen where if you take too much PEDs, and especially certain compounds, where they do cause lethargy. Like, especially orals, just because of how they affect your liver, and they can make you feel kind of sick. And you can end up being, like, more tired and sluggish feeling and shit like that. But, yeah, if you're just on test, it's probably just, like, a weird psychological complex, like the fat person eating the Diet Coke. All right, well, it is late, so I think we'll end things here. But, I'm feeling good, and I think, you know, we'll get back to the regular scheduled programming tomorrow. So, I might do a workout live stream tomorrow, maybe, but I'll be sure to start streams at a normal time. So, yeah, I'll try to be on at around, like, 6 tomorrow. Like, earlier, and stick to that kind of schedule. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I hope you all have wonderful, sweet, relaxing dreams and have a restful sleep. But, sweet dreams, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.